Van je viel grim naar hier. Ik had er rief nach me in hart. Down the sam kabel der scale. Ach ta meer malakart. Dear she long gonna go sultans. Dagen kiel revish. She master any lurking out the war she tower in queen. So lig my seer on soon fire. Spawn and bow her is karam. Ban and make can't scream amach shmine. Give it to the so lig my seer on soon fire. Spawn and bow her is karam. Ban and make can't scream amach shmine. Give it to the Trauma is een wienerol vriend. Geen een hele rol in hij. Hoe zal me race als ze mee onfold. Zijn er mee eruit. Zo ligt maar zeer onzoen daar. Spannen boven is gekaram. Wanneer mij kan schrijven, mag je mij. Ik weet zo daarin. Zo ligt maar zeer onzoen daar. Spannen boven is gekaram. Wanneer mij kan schrijven, mag je mij. Ik weet zo daarin. Ik weet zo daarin. Ik weet zo daarin.
shore. I met so many heroes from the team that I adore. I followed Glasgow Celtic from Lisbon to Aberdeen, but I always remember Johnny Doyle in the green. Oh, he came from Ayr United to join his favourite team, to play for Glasgow Celtic, would fulfill his dream. Around about St. Patrick's Day, signed by Big Jock Steen, played only for the jersey, Johnny Doyle in the green. And Johnny Doyle told me, not long before he died, he says, I love my Glasgow Celtic because I'm just a Celtic boy. Oh. In Europe 1980, we all know what Johnny did. He kept a great performance against Real Madrid. He rose with two defenders to win the ball so clean. With Sabido and Camacho was John Doyle in the green. And Johnny Doyle told me, not long before he died, he says, I love my Glasgow Celtic because I'm just a Celtic boy. Oh. So when your prayers remember a gallant Celtic son, his young life cut so cruelly in 1981, the 19th of October turned a grey and rainy day, and then I heard John Doyle had sadly passed away. And Johnny Doyle told me, not long before he died, he says, I love my Glasgow Celtic because I'm just a Celtic boy. He says, I love my Glasgow Celtic because I'm just a Celtic boy.
I am a jolly ploughboy, and I ploughed the fields all day, until the thought came to my mind that I should be away. I've always hated slavery since the day that I was born, and I'm off to join the IRA, and I'm off tomorrow morn. For we're off to Dublin in the green, where the helmets glisten in the sun, where the bayonets flash and rifles crash to the echo of a Thompson gun. I'll leave behind my pick and spade, I'll leave behind my plough, I'll leave behind the old grey mare, for I'll never need it now. I'll take my my short revolver and me bandolier of lead. I live or die, I can but try to avenge my country's dead. For we're off to Dublin in the green, where the helmets glisten in the sun, where the bayonets flash and rifles crash to the echo of a Thompson gun. I'll leave behind my Mary, she's the girl I do adore, and I wonder if she'll think of me when she hears the cannons roar. And when the war is over and good old Ireland's free, I'll take her to the church to wed, and a rebel's wife she'll be. For we're off to Dublin in the green, where the helmets glisten in the sun, where the bayonets flash and rifles crash to the echo of a Thompson gun, to the echo of a Thompson gun, to the echo of a Thompson gun.
In 1888, me boys, a group of Irishmen, had formed a brand new football team in Glasgow's dark East End. And Brother Walfred then addressed them in St. Mary's Hall. He said Celtic first and Celtic last and Celtic over all. The Rangers Club, they came to open dear old paradise, and Neil McCallum scored the first, and then he realised the game was o'er, and then James Kelly handed him the ball. He said Celtic first and Celtic last and Celtic over all. In 1892, the cup was won on Ibrox soil. The Queen's Park team had no reply. They met with Big Dan Doyle. We celebrated all night long. The Irish won it all. Sang Celtic first and Celtic last and Celtic over all. The early 20th century saw Glasgow Celtic win 6 flags in a row with Somers, Loney, Hay and Quinn. Napoleon and the icicle with Adams big and tall sang Celtic first and Celtic last and Celtic over all. The war to end all wars was on, but Celtic did not sigh. The Easter Rising of 16 had kept our spirits high. With Sonny Jim and Charlie Shaw and Sniper Jim McCall, we sang Celtic first and Celtic last and Celtic over all. All through the 20s we produced some men of great amaze. McGrory, Wilson and McLean, the Thompsons and McStays. When Patsy did a somersault, his feet around the ball, he sang Celtic first and Celtic last and Celtic over all. The Empire Exhibition came to Glasgow on the Clyde, as hardly tried the Sunderland, and hearts were swept aside. And Everton, their hearts were broke as divers from and all. Sang Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all. Those bigots from the SFA were plain to be seen. They tried to take away our flag of orange, white and green. The banner stays, Sir Robert says, in answer to our call. He said Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all. In 1953, the Coronation Cup was won. Then Celtic 7, Rangers 1. 'Twas Hampden in the sun. When Bertie Peacock held aloft the cup, I heard him call. He said Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all. Bill Shankly said to Steen one afternoon in Lisbon town, "Hey Jock, now you're immortal with the European crown." Oh, Glasgow was a sea of green that night, as I recall. We sang Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all. We've Protestants and Catholics here together once again, just like the days of yore with the United Irishmen. 9 in a row, it goes to show the greatest team of all. It's Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all. Now in a new millennium, we're yearning for a team to match our brand new stadium. Oh, I hope it's not a dream. Oh, Graham McQueen, I long to see the writing on the wall. Say Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all. Say Celtic first and Celtic last, and Celtic over all.
Everything changes, I guess that's true to say. But there's one thing I know that will always stay the same. But seasons come and seasons go, and Celtic are my team. For the past, the present and the future. We have seen the glory days, yet more is still to come. From 67 to Seville to Hampden and the Sun, we've seen it all before and we'll see it all again. In the past, the present and the future. Caesar and Reynolds and Kenny Dalglish, Johnston and Larson and the big man John Sneed, Sutton and Hudson and Nakamura. Celtic past, the present and the future. can't forget, we'll never let them go. Like beating Rangers 7-1 and 2-9 in a row. And we have seen some glory days, and the best is yet to come. From the past, the present and the future. Kenny Dalglish, Johnston and Larson and the big man John Steen, Sutton and Hudson and Nakamura. Celtic past, the present and the future.
In a perfect world, the sun would shine all day. We wouldn't have to work, all we do is play. But we don't live in a perfect world. In a perfect world, your team would never lose. You'd be singing Champions, you'd never sing the blues. But we don't live in a perfect world. This beautiful game, she's like the game of life. She'll bring you joy, she'll bring you strife. It's always that way when you don't live in a perfect world. In a perfect world, we'd all fall in love. Live to be 100, go to heaven above. But we don't live in a perfect world. In a perfect world, each shot on goal would burst the net, leave a gaping hole. But we don't live in a perfect world. This beautiful game, she's like the game of life. She'll bring you joy, she'll bring you strife. It's always that way when you don't live in a perfect world. It's the twists and the turns, the highs and the lows that make a beautiful game. In a perfect world, we'd be in Abbey Road with Brian Wilson sitting behind the controls. But we don't live in a perfect world. This beautiful game, she's like the game of life. She'll bring you joy, she'll bring you strife. It's always that way when you don't live in a perfect world. Got to be that way when you don't live in a perfect world.
Even though, welcome to Celticdreams show. Another packed show coming up for you tonight. Obviously we're going to have the guys on for a chat later on. But at 8:30 we've got our guest coming on, the Druids. We've got Mick from the Druids coming on. Going to be talking about their latest CD as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Do you know, it's been a bit crazy this week with football and what have you. I don't know, even in the chat, three goals, 3 points. I just feel we're going back to when it was 90s and what have you. 3 points. You don't. I just feel that we should be past that. We're just getting 3 points. Didn't think that. Well, let's face it. It was 2 mistakes and a penalty, which, let's face it, shouldn't have been a penalty. But at the end of the day, it was. And I didn't think the performance was great. I think it was mediocre. But obviously, going to be talking about the football with the guys. Obviously, there's a lot of rumours about it as well going on that at the end of the day they're not happy. The dressing room is kind of split as well. So things are happening. We're in the Champions League, and will we get through?
Songs and stories and heroes of renown, the passing tales and glories that once was Dublin town, the hallowed halls and houses, the haunting children's rhymes that once was Dublin city in the rare old times. Ring a rosy as the light declines. I remember Dublin city in the rare old times. Oh, my name it is Sean Dempsey, as Dublin as can be, but hard and late in Pimlico, in a house that ceased to be. By trade I was a cooper, last out to redundancy, like my house that fell to progress, my trade's a memory. Ring a rosy as the light declines. I remember Dublin city in the rare old times. Oh, the years have made me bitter. The gaggle dims me brain, and Dublin keeps on changing, and nothing seems the same. The pillar and the met have gone, the royal long since pulled down, as the grey unyielding concrete makes a city of my town. Ring a rosy as the light declines. I remember Dublin city in the rare old times. Fare thee well, Susanna Leafy, I can no longer stay and watch the new glass cages that spring up along decay. My mind's too full of memories, too old to hear new chimes. I'm a part of what was Dublin in the rare old times. Ring a Rosie, as the light declines. I remember Dublin city in the rare old times. Ring a Rosie, as the light declines. I remember Dublin city in the rare old times. I remember Dublin city in the rare old times.
Crank tune there by Damien Dempsey. One of the things I did forget to say we'll be talking about the guys is the next game. We've got to take our hat off to Celtic. Sometimes we give them kind of a hard time on this show, but at the end of the day, the Champions League qualifier is on the season ticket. I think that was a very smart move by the club, and got to take a hat off to them. But I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, we'll know on Monday for definite, or Tuesday or whatever." See, at the end of the day, there's no way that it's going to be. The decision will never be turned around for the simple reason is, one, when Celtic went into the Champions League draw, they were seeded. Warsaw weren't seeded, so if they actually had to, other teams could complain about it because then there's two unseeded teams playing and things like that. You're also talking about Sky are involved, money, everything that is involved in that. So there's too much money, too much organisation and everything. I can't see the decision being overturned for the simple reason is there's too many people involved. At the end of the day, they're already preparing for us next Wednesday. Everything, too much organisations, and they'll never change it. So I keep saying to the poll, see, at the end of the day, who would want them on in it? UEFA do not want them in it. They're fascist, racist gits, man. Who would want them? But in about 20 minutes' time, we've got Mick from the Druids coming on as well. Going to be playing tracks for his their latest CD, so looking forward to that.
I And behind all these muddled up problems of living on a foreign soil, I can still see the twists and turns in the road, from the square to the town and the tribes. And I wish I was on that N17. No more than the grass is green. Yes, I wish I was on that N17. No more than the grass is green. Traveling with just my thoughts and dreams. Oh, just traveling with my thoughts and dreams.
Signs younger, the country Caymans, and then the Kevin found this when he was counting. He focused his pistol, he dapped his finger, to stand and deliver. Bring out a block of singer, it's a ring of a kid down. What for a day out, what for a day out, that's whiskey on the jar. He counted out his money, it was a pretty penny. I put it in my pocket when I gave it to my Jenny. He saw that she swore that she never would deceive me. But the devil take the women, but it never will be easy. What for a day out, what for a day out, that's whiskey on the jar. Well, I went to my chamber and I poured a thick slumber. I took the golden jaws and I said, well, it's no wonder. The Jenny to me charged, fill up with water. The seven counted barrel to be ready for the slaughter. What for a day out, what for a day out, that's whiskey on the jar. What for a day out, what for a day out, that's whiskey on the jar.
In a show could then be known for its healthy millionaires. And Donald Trump would like a chum to live in solitaire. Oh, if I could, I'd build them all around old Donegal. The north and south to keep them out, by God, I'd build it tall. Casinos, chicken ranches, I'd legalize them all. We'd have our own Las Vegas in the hills of Donegal. Yeah, Las Vegas in the hills of Donegal. Stand on top of a Argyll would give me such a thrill. And hear them say in Dublin, there's gold in them there hills. Don't despair, 'cause if you dare, the answer lies with me. There's a wall that's deep and it's going cheap somewhere in Germany. Oh, if I could, I'd build them all around old Donegal. The north and south to keep them out, by God, I'd build it tall. Casinos, chicken ranches, I'd legalize them all. And we'd have our own Las Vegas in the hills of Donegal. Yeah, Las Vegas in the hills of Donegal.
My little Honda 50, she's rapid and she's nifty. She'll do 150 on a windy day. My little Honda 50, hit the nitro and she'll shift me. Take me away from the Garda any day. I got her in the buy and sell back in 92. A travelling man in a caravan says this is the big for you. He was looking for 100, I gave him 32. Took her for a spin out the Kinnegad Road and begodgy feckin' flew. Oh, my little Honda 50, she's rapid and she's nifty. She'll do 150 on a windy day. My little Honda 50, hit the nitro and she'll shift me. Get me away from the Garda any day. I drove her into Newbridge, looking for a couple of parts. Alloy wheels and a sat-nav and a new push-button start. Heading out to Robertstown for the bingo and the beer. Coming down the hill of Allen, she hit the turn in second gear. I was riding across the Curragh, nice and slow. The guards pulled in behind me, Sergeant Kelly, don't you know? I said, oh, Buck, just me luck, I hit the nitro hard. By the time the squad hit Brockett's Cross, I had her parked in Brady's yard. Oh, my little Honda 50, she's rapid and she's nifty. She'll do 150 on a windy day. My little Honda 50, hit the nitro and she'll shift me. She'll get me away from the garden any day. 50, hit the nitro and she'll shift me. She'll get me away from the girl.
Haven't played that for donkeys, Ernie, you're right, mate. Normally play the Seamus version of it, but I thought Christy Moore would be a wee bit better. This next song, Paddy Ryan came on and sang this on the show about a year ago, maybe even longer, a year and a half ago, and I'd never heard it before. And I was looking through the music last night just to see what I was going to be playing tonight, and I came across it, so I'm going to play it. And it's a song, Sergeant Wears Mines, and as we see, another reason why we should be going independent, because we're just about to go into another illegal war, where there's money involved, oil involved, and that's it. And Britain jump in, where there's people being killed in Gaza, where the British government don't give a shit. But as soon as there's money and oil involved, that's it. Again, we're going to go into another war, and it's just crazy.
I'm lying in bed, I'm in room 26, thinking on things that I've done, like drinking with squaddies and bulling my boots and counting the medals I've won. These hospital wards, they're all drab-looking joints, but the ceiling's as much as I see. It could do with a wee touch of paper or paint, but then again, maybe that's me. Oh, Sergeant, is this the adventure you meant when I put my name down on the line? All that talk of computers and sunshine and skis, oh, I'm asking you, Sergeant, where's mine? I've a brother in Glasgow with long curly hair. When I joined up, he said I was daft. He says shooting strangers just isn't his game. That brother of mine isn't soft. But I can put up with most things I've done in my time. I can even put up with the pains. But what do you do with a gun in your hand when you're faced with 100 odd ways? Oh, Sergeant, is this the adventure you meant when I put my name down on the line? All that talk of computers and sunshine and skis, oh, I'm asking you, Sergeant, where's mine? Sergeant, is this the adventure you meant when I put my name down on the line? All that talk of computers and sunshine and skis, all I'm asking you, Sergeant, where's mine? Oh, Sergeant, is this the adventure you meant when I put my name down on the line? All that talk of computers and sunshine and skis, all I'm asking you, Sergeant, where's mine?
I asked my love to take a walk, just a little walk.
Last night the gig was over in the center of the town. An old man called me over, I could see his drunken frown. He asked how long I'd been here, if I ever would return. He asked me all about myself and the place that I came from. Then he took my hand in his and gentle were his words. I could see the truth in his eyes. He said, I haven't seen the sky over Ireland for over 50 years. I haven't heard my mother call my name since I came here. Even when she passed away, they didn't let me know. With no one left to go back to, this is now my home. He said, I haven't seen the sky over Ireland for over 50 years. He said it through his tears. He told me of his youth and of a girl that he once loved, how they ran away together many years ago. She had a son already, to his family this brought shame. But he loved them as his own and he gave them both his name. But his fondness for the whiskey grew and sent them on their way. Now he dwells upon the past and the life he threw away. He said, I haven't seen the sky over Ireland for over 50 years. He said it through his tears. He finished off his drink and brought the empty to the bar. I watched the people sneer and call him names behind his back. He said, don't ever judge me until you've worn my shoes. The room went deadly quiet and he knew that I knew. And as he said goodnight, he planted one thought in my mind. There but for the grace of God go I. He said, I haven't seen the sky over Ireland for over 50 years. I haven't heard my mother call my name since I came here. Even when she passed away, they didn't let me know. With no one left to go back to, this is now my home. He said, I haven't seen the sky over Ireland for over 50 years. He said it through his tears.
A wee song there, the Sky Over Ireland, that was from the Druids. I would like to welcome to the show Mick from the Druids. How are you doing, Mick?
Great form, Jerry. Thanks very much for having us on there tonight. Thank you.
No, I'd like to thank you, because I know we were just having a quick chat there. I'd like to thank you, obviously, giving up your time. I know you guys are working tonight, doing a charity gig, so I'd like to thank you for coming on.
Not at all. It's a pleasure. We try and do a couple of charity gigs every year, and tonight just happens to be one of them. But we're a full-time working band, so we spend 5 nights a week working. So tonight is a work night, so it's no problem to be on. Thank you.
Yeah. No, when you see your working band, are you quite busy?
We're very busy, Jerry. The Druids started off, like all bands do, as an idea. There's an idea I had been playing in many bands over the years, and I've travelled the world playing music. And but I came up with this idea. I was always a committed Irish Republican, and I came up with this idea of starting a rebel band in County Kildare. Just that we would play a few pubs locally and maybe a few sessions and whatever locally. There was no great ambition to it, to be honest. And once we started forming together with Paddy Mangan and Gary Lawler, we'd done a few practices, and I began to see fairly quickly that there was something a little bit more involved in this band than what we had thought. And by the time we were 6 months together, we had a full diary in. We've played a lot of venues that we had wanted to play. We had bookings in to play the Barrowlands in Glasgow. We had bookings in to play Santa Ponsa, and things were just flying, and it took off. And so at this stage, 5 years down the road, we have fulfilled most of our dreams and ambitions, and we have played nearly all over the world at this stage, in America, across in Europe. The only place we haven't played at this stage is Australia, and that's on the list. So we hope to do that next year in 2015.
Oh, good. You were saying you've travelled. Before we start talking about CD, obviously, just have a quick chat. You're saying, I know we had a conversation earlier on, and I normally have kind of questions what I'm written down, but we says we just leave this interview and just go for it and see. You're talking about travelling the world. You were saying you had plans for America.
Yeah, we've been to America. We went to America for the first time about 4 years ago. It was in March, and we went for a very short trip, and we played a few gigs in Manhattan, and then we went back the following September, and then we've done Manhattan, New Jersey, and it started building from there. And now we find ourselves again, a good few years down the road, where when we go back in September, we go out on the 8th of September. We play in 6 or 7 states, from Connecticut, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Boston, up as far as Detroit, Manhattan, and so on. And it's a great pleasure to bring our music and the songs of Ireland and the story of Ireland to Irish Americans, and maybe 6th, 7th generation Irish Americans, and also our own kind of relatives, neighbours and friends who have emigrated recently as well. The American or the Irish story is still alive and well in America. A lot of American people, they have a serious interest in Irish history and Irish culture, and it's a great privilege and pleasure for us to be able to bring that to them.
Yeah, no, we were talking today, like when you were talking about airplay and all that. You seem to get more. Why is it more acceptable? And do you know, Mick? This is what I'll go on to one of the tunes that I've got lined up, which is "Why Can't I Be a Rebel?" And why is it more acceptable to sing the Irish national anthem in America? If you do that in Scotland, you would get lifted and you would spend the night in jail and things like that. But why is it more acceptable in Ireland, in America, than it is in Ireland, would you say?
Yeah, it's a very good question, Jerry, and it's a subject, as you said, that we've dealt with head on our new album. The song "Why Can't I Be a Rebel" deals with exactly that story and exactly that issue about why are people so afraid of Irish Republicans? Why are they so afraid that the whole idea of republicanism, they just don't want to know it? We experience that kind of behaviour here in Ireland all the time. As I said, we're an Irish Republican band. We make no bones about that. We're very upfront about that. But we have paid a serious price for that in Ireland. Now, I mean a serious price. I was saying to you a few minutes ago that we're a full-time working band. This is how we earn our living, from playing this music. But the establishment here in Ireland have turned their backs on us. We get absolutely no airplay, really, whatsoever. Our local radio station here in Kildare has played us a couple of times, maybe once or twice, but never done an interview. I live about a mile or two from the radio station, and we've never had a conversation with them like what I'm having with you now. And any other station in Ireland, they don't play our music whatsoever. We get played in Scotland quite a bit. We get played in Germany quite a bit. But our biggest market for airplay is obviously America. College radio stations. There's a radio station out there called WBAI. They have a program there called Radio Free Erin, which play us off the air. And I think there's a fear that comes along with being an Irish rebel band. A fear that you're going to say something that will insult somebody, that will put somebody else's culture down, where in fact Irish rebel songs couldn't be more the opposite. I would challenge anybody to identify an Irish rebel song that puts somebody else's culture down. There isn't any. The Irish rebel songs are not sectarian in any way, shape or form. And again, I would challenge anybody to come up with an Irish rebel song that is sectarian. The messages and the story and the history of Ireland are contained within our songs, not a sectarian message. If you look at all the Irish rebel songs that are sung, that we sing on a nightly basis, they are recording in history the events of the day, the things that have happened in Ireland. There was a great Irish folklore folk songwriter in Ireland and collector of songs, a man called Frank Hart, and his famous saying was, "The people in power write the history, and those who suffer write the songs." That's a powerful saying if you think about it. The people in power write the history; those who suffer write the songs. And we kind of see ourselves in that vein of preserving Irish history and carrying the true message of Irish history in our songs.
Yeah, what you say there is totally correct. When you think about even the Scottish national anthem, we talk about the English when sent them home again, and even the British national anthem, "May God Save the Bloody Queen," it's a line in there saying "Down with rebellious Scotsmen." Do you know what I mean? So
Yes.
hopefully we won't be able to call. We won't. Hopefully after September we'll be able to call ourselves Scottish and not British. So that's.
I think that's do you know what I think, Jerry? I think this push for Scottish independence could have a serious effect on Irish independence. We as a band, we encourage people to vote for independence. Absolutely, we do. But I think the next step for us is that once Scotland gets its independence, and I really hope that it does, I think there needs to be a serious push on in Ireland here for independence as well, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. When you're talking about you're coming over to Scotland to play a few gigs in October.
Yeah, we're over in October. We're coming in on I think it's the 19th of October. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have the dates in front of me here. I meant to look before I came on, but obviously I didn't. So, but if anybody goes to our website, thedruidsband.com, all our dates are on. The Scottish tour is up there as well, so you'll be able to see exactly where we are. I know we'll be in Coatbridge one of the nights. We're up near Edinburgh one of the nights as well, and somewhere else I just can't. We're in Malone's in Glasgow as well, and one of the nights as well. But all the dates are on our website on thedruidsband.com. You'll get them there.
Whereabouts in Coatbridge? Can you remember? I'm just saying that because I'm a Coatbridge boy.
It's a community centre.
I know which one, Jeanette Hamilton Centre.
I can't think of them.
I'll be the Jeanette Hamilton Centre in Langlone.
Right, okay.
Well, do you know what, mate? I'll find out the date, and I'll come down and meet you.
Oh, that'd be lovely, Jerry. Yeah, that'd be lovely. Please do, yeah.
And if you allow me, I could even do a live show from there to get you on there.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, that'd be great.
I'd be up for that. I know when I spoke to you today, I did hear your interview with Michael O'Connor, and I know the band's been going great. It hasn't always been like that, Mick. If you don't mind me bringing it up, or you can, if you don't want to talk about it, in the past it hasn't been great with yourselves.
In relation to?
Well, there were an instant, obviously, when you were playing in the pub, I know with Sinn Féin. I know it's been resolved. I know it's been resolved now, but
yeah. Well, I suppose that's the message that we would like to get out there first and foremost is that it is resolved now. We took serious steps to resolve that issue because I think we certainly don't want to be a band involved in conflict with any Republican organisation. I think unity is what we should have rather than dividing each other, right? But we were faced with a situation where we felt as a band that we were being scapegoated. We were being scapegoated where there was a venue in Dublin. There was a venue in Dublin that was owned by a very prestigious owner at the time. We played in the pub along with every other Republican band in the country, as well as Republican bands from Scotland. But we were the ones that ended up with our heads on the chopping block for it. And we felt that we were being scapegoated, and we challenged that as well. But between the jigs and the reels and all the challenges that has happened, we now find ourselves in a situation where that matter has been resolved. And we were very happy and delighted that we ended up playing at the Bodenstown commemoration this year. And it was Bodenstown is 10 miles from where we live. It's in County Kildare, and we were delighted that we were in the position to play at the Bodenstown Festival this year. So it is resolved, and I suppose we'd like to move on from that as well, you know?
Yeah, no, it's just that somebody brought it up in the chat room, and I just obviously wanted to get it out there, Mike. There's no point in there, so I knew I'd spoken to you and I knew it had been resolved and what have you, but anybody listening in, just in case they didn't know it had been resolved. But get back to the CD. What I've got to say is an excellent CD, and I think out of all the tracks, about 8 of them are your own. So who came up with the words and who came up with the music, because it is class?
Yeah, well, thanks very much. I think this CD, Freedom is the name of the CD. It's a new departure for us. We always have had songwriters in the band. I've always wrote songs myself. So has Mick Dunn, our bass player. So has Paddy Mangan, our mandolin player. We're very lucky to have 4 songwriters in the band. But it took us a long time to find our own voice in terms of committing ourselves to songs and to stories and to incidents and events that we wanted to publicise and we wanted to put out there. And the 8 original songs that are on the CD deal with very, very serious issues. One of them we spoke about already, the whole idea of hate crimes and the whole idea of hate legislation that's been introduced in Scotland, the anti-Republican sentiment that is here in Ireland as well. So that's what one of the songs are about. But there's many, many other issues on it as well. We really gave it our best shot on this CD. We wanted to put this out. We wanted to put our own songs out. We wanted to put our own message out. And the great accolade that has come from this CD for us is that we get people now coming to our gigs and requesting our own songs, which is a wonderful thing to happen. It's a wonderful compliment and it's a wonderful accolade that we receive very humbly when people ask us to play our own songs.
I think that's when, just obviously talking to other people in the past, I think that's when you know you've made it, Mick. See, when people actually recognise your song. And
a funny thing happened recently where I went to a gig. It was a political gig one night recently, and I walked in and I heard somebody else singing one of our songs. And it took me about 2 seconds or 10, maybe 5 seconds or 10 seconds to actually say, "Oh, Jesus, that's one of our songs." and it was a great compliment. It was a wonderful compliment to hear somebody else sing our song. So, people at this stage, particularly on the Celtic and Republican scene, are very well aware of the Druids. They know who we are. We have been shrouded in controversy for a while. There's no doubt about that, and there's no getting away from that. But I'm kind of hoping that this new CD, Freedom, will kind of give people a real idea of what we stand for and a real idea of who we are as people, first and foremost, as working class lads, 4 working class men from Ireland, and what we stand for. So that's kind of what our hope is with this CD.
Yeah, no, one of my favourite songs in the chat room, they were saying, I know Free Gelly Boy saying Freedom Always is his favourite, but one of my favourites is Bobby Went Home Early, which I think is an amazing song. Who came up with that?
I wrote that song, and that song takes us back, obviously, to the 5th of May when Bobby Sands died, the day that he died. But the interesting thing about that song and about that time, which I felt hadn't been touched on really at all, was actually the atmosphere that day created in the psyche of Ireland, and it stays with us to this day. If you think back to the late 70s, early 1980s, there was 4 or 5, possibly 5 events that happened during a 4 or 5 year period, which left an indelible mark on Irish society. The first was back in 1978. The first shipment of heroin came into Dublin in 1978, which within the space of 2 or 3 years, up until 1981, 82, 83, 84, it would absolutely decimate a whole generation of young people in Ireland. The second thing was 1979, the Pope came to Ireland, which left a very positive kind of spin on Irish society, particularly on young people. In February 1981, there was the Stardust Fire happened in Dublin in a nightclub where 14 people were burned to death. And there was an injustice that was done shortly after that, where the families went to claim insurance, and there was a huge, massive High Court case, and it was serious injustice that was done against working class people, where in fact the doors of the nightclub were padlocked and people couldn't get out. And the story goes on. If people want to read about it, they can. And of course, the fourth thing and most important thing from my point of view is that the hunger strikes happened in 1981. Now, on the 5th of May 1981, I was 8 years of age, and I remember walking along the street in a town not too far away from where I grew up, and I was with my father and my brother. And I remember being on one side of my father and my brother was on the other side, and we were walking up the main street, and there was all these Republicans standing on the street with black flags, and they had berets on them, and they had balaclavas on them, and they were standing there marking a vigil for the passing of Bobby Sands. And I remember saying to my father, what's happening there? What's going on here? And the words he said to me are in the song. He said, Bobby went home early. That's what he said. And that sparked the song. And that stayed with me for the last 35 years until I managed to sit down and write a song about it. And I hope it captures the atmosphere of what it was like to live in Ireland at that particular time. And a lot of people says that it does. So hopefully it does.
Yeah, well, I think it's a beautiful song, and I think just listen to you, we're in Scotland and things like that, and we'll sing the songs and things like that, but we don't really see what's going on. And I think that's a big difference. It's okay for me to sit here in the comfort of my home playing the songs, which a lot of people don't do. But as I say, I even told you the story today about being here 6 months next time the camera outside, but you guys have got it hard. And when I spoke to the Wolf Tones when they were in Coatbridge, they were saying like every time they go into their van, they were only driving a mile, next thing they were getting stopped. They used to leave about an hour early because they always used to know that after they've left their house or whatever, within a mile they were getting pulled over and held for about an hour and things like that. And
yeah, well, that still happens today. You know, it happens also on a regular basis as well. Like, you know, the special branch here in Ireland, they know where we live. They know us by first name. They will turn up at our gigs. They will park their car outside our gigs. They will take note of people. They will film people going into our gigs and leaving them. When we go to travel to Scotland in particular, we get stopped every time we go to the boat. We get taken in. We get questioned. And that's a regular occurrence that happens all the time. And it's harassment because, again, it's back to that situation with that song, Why Can't I Be a Rebel? What are we doing as a band? What we're doing is we're bringing the story of Ireland to people. And that's it. That's what we're doing. We're not inciting hatred. We're not inciting war. We're not inciting violence at all. What we're doing is we're capturing the story of Ireland and we're bringing it to people. What can be wrong with that? You know?
Yeah, I think one of the things we are saying, capturing the story of Ireland, the Green Brigade done an amazing banner, and when I seen it, I'll be honest with you, I was proud to call myself a Celtic fan. But I was proud, like, when they came out with a picture of Bobby Sands and a picture of William Wallace and saying he fought for a wee bit of Hill and Glen. Yeah. And people in Scotland will see William Wallace as a hero. Yeah. But as you say, with Bobby Sands, it doesn't matter what other people think, but that sums it up. It's just, doesn't, even in this day and age, it just doesn't seem to be acceptable. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought up the Green Brigade. If you read the liner notes of our CD, that song, Why Can't I Be a Rebel, is dedicated to the members of the Green Brigade, because we believe as a band that the Green Brigade are 100% committed to their particular cause. We believe that they show courage that no other grouping is shown, and we support them 100%. 100% we support the Green Brigade, and any time that we're in Scotland, we always meet with individuals of the Green Brigade who will come to us and they will talk to us and whatever, and it's always a pleasure, always a pleasure to meet with them and talk to them. So that song, Why Can't I Be a Rebel, is dedicated to the Green Brigade.
Well, Mick, in saying that, I know you've got a gig, I know you're at the place, and I would like to thank you. Probably you need to go, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick on Why Can't I Be a Rebel just now. And once again, Mike, I would like to thank you very much for coming on to the show.
Jerry, thanks very much. And could I say to you as well that we need more people like you who are committed to playing rebel songs, who are committed to playing Republican songs. And thank you for all the work that you're doing on behalf of the many, many bands out there who just don't get airplay. So from ourselves, from the Druids, thanks very much. I really mean that. So thanks, Jerry.
No problem, mate. I'm going to play this. Could you just stay on the line for a wee second, Mick, if you don't mind?
No problem.
Right. Ladies and gents, excellent interview there for Mick. And this is a song what he's talking about, Why Can't I Be a Rebel Tonight. Amazing song.
I was born an Irish rebel here in Wexford town. This is a rebel county, up the Black Stairs and back down. It was here we fought for freedom, and the marks still can be seen. It's here we long for victory, for a rebel Celtic team. And why can't I be a rebel and support my Celtic team? Why can't I long for victory for the boys in Hoops of Green? Why can't I sing a rebel song and the history of our land? For I long to see our Ireland free from British hands. I was born in Belfast, just up the Glen Road. My father, he was a Republican, and that's the way we were shown. We all support the Celtic, for the hoops we live and die. The peelers, they harass us as we pass them by. And why can't I be a rebel and support my Celtic team? Why can't I long for victory for the boys in Hoops of Green? Why can't I sing a rebel song and the history of our land? For I long to see old Ireland free from British hands. I was born in Hamburg, over in Germany. I'm an Irish rebel and a fan of St. Pauli. My friends all come from Glasgow, they're Celtic to the core. Here in the Jolly Roger, we await the rising once more. And why can't I be a rebel and support my Celtic team? Why can't I long for victory for the boys in Hoops of Green? Why can't I sing a rebel song and the history of our land? For I long to see old Ireland free from British hands. Yes, I long to see old Ireland free from British
Why was I chosen to lead this fight against the oppressor cold? Why was I chosen to lead this fight? I never will grow old. Why will my children never see my face as they return from school? Why was I chosen to lead this fight against the oppressor's rule?
Stood on the streets of Ireland, black flags in their hands. Stood there in memory of their comrade Bobby Sands. Bomber jacket and the M boots buried till the down. His life stood still on the 5th of May in every rebel town. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went home early for the wearing of the green. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went to join his heroes of 16. All over Ireland, the writings on the wall. Smash up the H-blocks, leave none of them at all. People came from everywhere, show support and mourn. As Bobby took his leave of us, made the long walk home. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went home home early for the wearing of the green. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went to join Zeros of 16. The treatment of these heroes was condemned by one and all. As posters for elections was seen on every wall. The Brits were very embarrassed, as plain for all to see. As Bobby got elected and became an MP. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went home early for the wearing of the green. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went to join Zeros of 16. This brave man stood for justice as their coffins were lowered down. In Belfast, Tyrone and Fermanagh and the streets of free Derry town, they fought for equality, with their lives they did pay. Heroes and comrades, we remember you today. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went home early for the wearing of the green. It was the saddest day in Ireland this country's ever seen. Bobby went to join Zeros of 16. Yes, Bobby Sands from Twinbrook, you're the greatest we've ever seen.
What a song. Bobby went home early. I'd like to thank Mick for coming on there. I thought it was a brilliant interview. Now remember guys, we did forget to ask Mick. I was so engrossed in the interview there, I actually forgot to ask him where he can get the CD. But you remember, you can get them on iTunes, and the album for Freedom, you can get them, I think it's 79 pence. I've got it in front of me, 79 pence for the songs. For the albums, again for Freedom, $7.99, and it's a class album, so you can download it off iTunes, and it's $7.99. You've got and the CD is called Freedom, or you can also go onto thedruids.com, and I'm sure you can order one there. But let's get another couple of tunes from the Druids, and if anybody had listened to an interview, he's playing in Coatbridge, playing in Glasgow, playing in Edinburgh. In Coatbridge, it's Shawhead Community Centre. Well, I spoke to Mick just after the interview there, so if anybody's for Coatbridge or surrounding areas, you want to go and see the guys, I'll find out the date for you. I'll go onto their website, find out the date, but it is Shawhead, so no doubt it'll be a great venue. He says that the guys have always been great in Shawhead. Just coming for Langone, just when you go to Shawhead, just remember your crash helmet.
It's about these brave young Kildermen, this story I relate. One from Tipperary, in the Curran met his fate. On the 19th day of December, in the year of 22, these brave young men were shot down in the glass house of public view. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were part of a column, the bravest Kildare, who fought for a republic and the wearing of the green. They fought against the English and against the black and tans. They fought the bloody blue shirts, in Kildare they made a stand. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. Rebels and heroes, shot down by their own. They were found in the ditches and along the railway line. For the freedom of old Ireland, they would bide their time. They were found out near Atbrine and along the Kildare track to fight the Free Staters to win our country back. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. It was early there one morning, what time we cannot tell. Free Staters made their way to Father Moore's well. They ambushed this fine column near the Curragh plain. Thomas Bean died there first, and no one could explain. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. Rebels and heroes, shot down by their own. They were taken to the glass house and there on public view. Free Staters loaded weapons and everybody knew they'd shoot dead these heroes who were Irish to the core. All they wanted was freedom and to live in peace once more. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. Well, the civil war in Ireland was caused by England. Turned brother against brother in this green and pleasant lands. Well, the Brits wanted partition and many more would die. We still await our freedom, now the years have rolled on by. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. They were rebels, they were heroes, they were shot down by their own. They were shot down by their own, they were shot down by their own. Rebels and heroes, shot down by their own.
High upon the gallows tree swung the noble-hearted three, by the vengeance tyrants stricken in their bloom. But they met him face to face with the courage of the race. They went with souls undaunted to their doom.
God save Ireland, said the heroes. God save Ireland, said they all. Whether on the scaffold high or the battlefields we'll die, what matter when for Erin dear we fall?
When they're up the rugged stair, rang the voices out in prayer, with England's cruel cord around them cast. Close beside the gallows tree, kissed like brothers lovingly, true to home and faith and freedom to the last.
God save Ireland, said the heroes. God save Ireland, said they all. Whether on the scaffold high or the battlefields we die, oh, what matter when for Erin dear we fall?
Never till the latest day shall the memory pass away of the gallant lives that's given for our land. Ah, but on the cause must go, need the joy, the wail, the woe, till we make our island nation free and grand. God save Ireland, said the heroes. God save Ireland, said they all. Whether on the scaffold high or the battlefields we die, what matter when for air and dear we fall? God save Ireland, said the heroes. God save Ireland, said they all. Whether on the scaffold high or the battlefields we die, what matter when for air and dear we fall? Oh, what matter when for air and dear we fall?
God Save Ireland there, Druids. And remember, you can get their CD on iTunes. A brilliant, you can go in, download their songs individually at 79 pence, or you can go in, get the whole lot. The album is Freedom. Excellent. And just looking at their tour dates, which is, it's actually worked out brilliant for us. Mick didn't mention it to us because I'm away on holiday. So on the 17th, they're up in Edinburgh. On the 18th, they're in Coatbridge and it's Shawhead. But then on the 19th, happy days for me, it's in Docherty's Bar in Hamilton, a wee afternoon shot. And then that's the Sunday night, they're in Malone's as well, the Irish pub in Glasgow, from 9 o'clock till 8. So I think I might be out all day that day. So remember, the guys can get them on the druidsband.com. And I'm sure you can get that. I'm sure there's a shop as well, so you can get their CD on there as well. So, going to have the guys on about 10 o'clock tonight. I'm sure we've got a lot to say. And I'm sure Jed's got a lot to say about getting his game a week on Wednesday for free. So, got to take your hat off to Celtic for doing that. I don't care. I know we give them a hard time on the show, but I just, do you know, I don't want to talk about it. I kind of get depressed thinking about it. We've got a chance here. We've got a chance. And again, the loan signings, this is another thing, right, before the guys come on, because a lot of people say to me, oh, you kind of agree with what has been said. Loan signings work, right? They do work if we've got an option to buy. And there's not many chances that you can actually, well, let's try him. And if he works out good for us, we've agreed a price. He could come in, the guy for Aston Villa could come in and be amazing. And we've already agreed that we'll buy him for £2 million. The young boy from Man City, which I've never heard of him, but I think this could be an amazing signing for us. But at the end of the day, he could come in, he could play for us, and he could be amazing. And what happens? We need to hand him back. That's the only thing I don't like. But at the end of the day, I still think it's a cheap option.
Is ready to dance a bit, yeah? We'll have our dance like. Go west, don't go east. The famine or a feast. Retreat there at our there. Ah, homeless one is rare. I feel the city's alive. Lovely bodies here from all across the air, tongues and tribes galore. There isn't anyone. They feel the city's alive. Street. Everybody in the house singing.
Bandon to Macroom, I stopped at Bale na Blah, where that black day in 22 they cut McCollins down for freedom. To achieve greater freedom is hope that might have been if the big fella had only lived to realise his dream. You could cry, 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 cry a sea of tears. Cry, cry, cry for 800 years. Cry till your eyes go dry, cry till you go blind. But crying won't change a blessed thing. There's no use in crying. As I walked up past Kilmainham jail and I thought of what went down when they tied James Connolly to a chair, shot a dying man to the ground. It's where they tortured Robert Emmet. Wolfe Tone took his last breath. Joe Plunkett, he was married there, and in the same hour put to death. You could cry, 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 cry a sea of tears. Cry, cry, cry for 800 years. Cry till your eyes run dry. Cry till you go blind. But crying won't change a blessed thing. There's no use in crying. An awful lot for crying over things that are long gone. Forget about Chucky or Law. Our day is here and now. We must embrace it with bold courage, no uncertainty or fear. Take our place amongst the nations. Let our martyrs rest in peace. You can cry, 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 cry a sea of tears. Cry, cry, cry for 800 years. Cry till your eyes run dry. Cry till you go blind. But crying won't change a blessed thing. There's no use in crying. No good crying.
Because I'm an Irish Londoner, maybe that's what makes me what I am. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm a proud London Irishman. All you Harry hooligans stand up to say hello. No matter if your father is from Galway or Mayo, or if you're Kilkenny, Tipperary or Tyrone, you're proud London Irish boys. But maybe it's because I'm an Irish Londoner. Maybe that's what makes me what I am. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. A proud London Irishman. In the old Crown Haze town where Paddy used to roam, come on to Hudson Morgan's where you never walk alone. In and out the pubs all along the Uxbridge Road, a proud London Irish boys. But maybe it's because I'm an Irish Londoner. Maybe that's what makes me what I am. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. A proud London Irishman. When it comes to saying who you are, it's all about the blood. When it comes to where you're from, then don't forget your neighbourhood. By the streets and the churches and the pubs and where you stood, you're proud London Irish boys. But maybe it's because I'm an Irish Londoner. Maybe it's because I'm an Irish Londoner. Maybe that's what makes me what I am. You should hear it in my accent when I talk. The problem of an Irishman.
Song there for the Bible Code Sundays Irish Londoner. I've got to say that's for there, Shawnee. Son of Rod, who's just come into the chat room. Do you know this next band? And you know, I was trying to think of the name of them, and they played in Barrowland, and they were actually back in the Saw Doctors. When I seen them, and I was that impressed by them, I actually went and I bought their CD without trying to get it off the internet. I actually went and bought it. And what can I say? It's Gone Are the Days, and it's a band called the Keith Mullins Band.
I came upon a wooden bench as I walked through the city. I thought about the stories and all of its history. Many a love has been born here, and many more have died. Just like all those brave boy soldiers with their toy guns that come alive. The morning seemed to pass by in a second, and the silence like a whisper to my soul, as the glory hallelujahs ring out from the cathedral, and the morning birds sing as the chorus finding ways to better face the morning without you. Some things you win, some things you lose. Just like the days of my youth. A carving on your wood reminds me I brought my first love here when the fallen snow of winter replaced the autumn leaves. But my old friend, I'll tell you this, we didn't last the year. Our love faded over time like the shine on your veneer. The morning seemed to pass by in a second, and the silence like a whisper to my soul, as the glory hallelujah sorrow runs. I'm finding ways to better face the morning without you. Some things you win, some things you lose. Just like the days of my youth. Yeah, gone are the days of my youth.
Keith Mullen Band's Gone are the days of my youth, and I think most of us are in the chat room are saying, what the fuck's happened to our youth? Ah, be Jesus, what can I say?
Squadrons pass me by. No pipe did hum, no battle drum did sound its loud tattoo. But the Angelus bells o'er the leafy swells rang out in the foggy dew. Right proudly high in Dublin town hung they out the flag of war. 'Twas better to die 'neath an Irish sky than at Subla or Sudel Bar. And from the plains of Royal Meath strong men came hurrying through, while Britannia's Huns with their long-range guns sailed in through the foggy dew. The bravest fell and the requiem bell rang mournfully and clear for those who died that Easter tide in the spring I kneel and pray for you. For slavery fled, oh, glorious dead. When you fell in the foggy dew.
What a tune there. Chieftains with Sinead O'Connor. Shawnee, I'll give you a phone during the week, mate, and you just actually reminded me of something. Remember, guys, Maryhill Food Bank has actually put a wee tweet out this week. They're really short on... They're short on basic. I know they're short on the dried pasta and things like that, but they're also short on like the things like we probably take for granted: toilet roll, toothpaste, shower gel. And remember, if anybody's out there, you know, and if you can afford that, because this is why I really can't understand that. I got into a wee tweet, and I tweeted something to... I'm not even going to say the guy's name. He says he's nothing to do with Celts for UK, but I'm sure Tony will back him up where he is. And I did tweet him, and I would love to get him on, even if he didn't want to come on with Tony. I'd love to get him on. And the one question that I would like to ask when it comes to independence, everybody goes on about, oh, better together after the 19th, we're going to have more powers. We're not going to get more powers. But what is going to be the difference after the 18th, the 19th, or the 20th of September, which is going to be beneficial to Scotland? Everybody keeps saying that. And the No campaign, they turn around and say, if you vote no, it will be better. How is it going to be better? Nobody's actually told us how it's going to be better. We've got food banks, and Maryhill Food Bank has sent out a tweet this week. They're really short on basic stuff, and it's things that we take for granted. Toilet roll things. So if you've got an extra couple of pound, if you want to go, if you can buy a wee bag of message, if you can afford that, go and hand it into Maryhill Food Bank, because they do really need it. So I can't... Simmy, you're right. Nothing's going to change, mate. Nothing. We'll still be shut upon. If not. But Maggie Thatcher turned around and says, after the last time we tried to go independent, basically she's going to put us in our place, and there's going to be nothing. Now, they keep on going on about oil. There has been a massive, massive find in the North Sea. Why do you think David Cameron went to the Shetland Islands? Anybody it's going to turn around and say, well, he was up there. He's never been in his puff. He didn't even fucking know Shetland Islands belonged to Scotland until we found oil. And it's going to last us for years upon years. And see, the thing is, like, let's face it, I'm going on a wee rant here. People think that, it's all going to be roses when we go independent. It's not going to be all roses, but see, going independent, it's probably like starting a new company. See, for the first couple of years, it's going to be difficult. And if anybody thinks it's going to be a bed of roses, well, it's not going to be a bed of roses, but it's like starting a new company. You need to get your things straight. You need to get your policies. You need to start working, and you're going to make mistakes. But I'll tell you, in the long run, it's going to be beneficial to every single person in Scotland, and I wish everybody would actually understand that. So, as you can tell, I'm voting yes.
My name is John Riley, and I'll have your ear only a while. When I first left my home in old Ireland, it was death, starvation, or exile. When I came to America, it was my duty to go, enter the army and slog across Texas to join in the war. against Mexico. And it was there in the pueblos and hillsides that I saw the mistake I had made. I was part of a conquering army with the morals of a bayonet blade. And amidst all those poor dying Catholics, screaming children, the burning stench of it all, myself and 200 Irishmen, we decided to rise to the call. But from Dublin City to San Diego, we witnessed freedom tonight. So we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. We fought beneath the green flag of St. Patrick, and emblazoned with Erin Gabra, and right with the heart and the shamrock, a Libertad Padre Republica. Just 50 years after we'll told, and 5,000 miles away, the Yanks called us a legion of strangers. And they can talk as they may, but from Dublin City to San Diego, we witnessed freedom tonight. So we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. We fought them in Matamoros, while the volunteers were raping the nuns, and in Monterey and Cerro Gordo, while we fought them as Ireland's sons. When we were red-headed fighters for freedom, amidst brown-skinned women and men, side by side we fought against tyranny, and I dare say we do it again. But from Dublin City to San Diego, we witnessed freedom tonight. So we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. In the service of the Mexican state, far away from our occupied homeland, we were heroes and victims of fate. But from Dublin City to San Diego, while we witnessed freedom tonight, so we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. From Dublin City to San Diego, while we witnessed freedom tonight, so we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion. Yes, we formed the St. Patrick Battalion, and we fought on the Mexican side.
Excellent tune there by the Wakes, and that was for our free Gelly Boy. And Liam, you've never sent me a message back on Facebook. I did send you a wee message on Facebook, mate, and you've never got back to me. So the worst it is, working from home on a Friday, I had so much work to do, and I spent half the day actually trying to learn These Hands by the Wakes on the guitar. So we've got a wee special show coming up in 2 weeks' time. I'm not going to tell you what it's going to entail and what have you. All you can find out later on in a few weeks' time. But as I said, I was trying to learn that song, and also I spent a few pound this week as well, which again the missus was grumbling at. And let me get this pronounced proper, because it can be a bugger to say. The Bohan and the Brohan, it's called, or what I call it, like an Irish drum. I've also invested in one of them, so hopefully once I learn it and what have you, I might even go on and give you a wee blast at that. In about 10 minutes time, we've got the guys coming up, talk about what's happening at Parkhead, the result Wednesday night, and I've seen earlier on 3 points was 3 points. I just feel we went back debate. Is that all we're going to accept? 3 points is 3 points. We might play pish, we might get a couple of goals, we might get lucky, but it's 3 points. Don't buy into it. Seen it, done it, heard it all before.
In the year of 1791, Theobald Wolfe Tone, inspired by the American and French revolutions, co-founded the Society of United Irishmen. Seeking to establish an independent Irish republic, he proclaimed his political philosophy, which earned him the title the Father of Irish Republicanism. To subvert the tyranny of our execrable government, to break the connection with England, the never-failing source of all our political evils, and to assert the independence of my country. These were my objects. To unite the whole people of Ireland, to abolish the memory of all past dissensions, and to substitute the common name of Irishman in place of the denominations of Protestant, Catholic and Dissenter. These were my means.
me. For Rhode Island calls you once again to wear black beret, me boys, to wear black beret. I saw it march and Terry free, just over in the US of A. And from London streets I saw it march, the defiant black beret, my boys, defiant black beret. So come all stout-hearted Irishmen, won't you come away with me? For Rhode Island I call you once again to wear a black beret, my boys, to wear a black beret. Well, Pierce and Cone were still alive and here with us today. Well, as sure as there's a God above, they'd wear our black beret, my boys, they'd wear a black beret. So come all stout-hearted Irishmen and come away with me. For Rhode Island I calls you one last time to wear a black beret, my boys, to wear a black beret. And when the fight for justice ends and we're a nation free, well, we won't forget our gallant lads that wore the black beret, my boys, that wore the black beret. And God's curse be upon you Irishmen that to our cause betray and who persecute those gallant lads that wore the black beret, my boys, that wore the black beret. So come all stout-hearted Irishmen and come away with me. For Rhode Island that calls you one last time to wear a black beret, me boys, to wear a black beret.
Sweetheart, I'm bidding you fond farewell, murmur the youth one day. I'm off to a new land, my fortune to try, and I'm ready to sail away. Far away in Australia, soon will fate be kind, and I will be ready to welcome the lass, the girl I left behind. Must we be parted? This fair one cried, I cannot let you go. Still I must leave you, the young man replied, but for only a while, you know. Far away in Australia, soon will fate be kind, and I will be ready to welcome the lass, the girl I left behind. Whether in success or failure, I will always be true. Proudly each day in a land far away, I'll be building a home for you. Far away in Australia, soon will fate be kind, and I will be ready to welcome the lass, the girl I left behind. Daily she waits at the old cottage gate, watching the whole day through, till a sweet message comes over the waves in the new world to join the two. Far away in Australia, soon will fate be kind, and I will be ready to welcome the lass,
the girl I left behind.
Oh, have you been to Avondale and lingered in her lovely vale, where tall trees whisper low the tale of Avondale's proud eagle, where pride and ancient glory fade. Such was the land where he was laid, like Christ was 30 pieces paid for Avondale's proud eagle. Oh, have you been to Avondale and lingered in her lovely vale, where tall trees whisper low the tale of Avondale's proud eagle? Long years that green and lovely glade have lost for now our grandest gale, and cursed the land that had betrayed our Avondale's proud eagle. Oh, have you been to Avondale and lingered in her lovely vale, where tall trees whisper low the tale of Avondale's proud eagle?
In the bitter fight for freedom that bedims the Irish day, young men like Eamon Lafferty for years have led the way. He was but one example from the bitter days of strife, when Ireland's sons took up their guns to fight for home and life. He died an Irish martyr in defence of Craigenhill. A lad, it seems, of noble dreams, with a duty to fulfill. His life began and ended on the bogside ghetto soil. His silent blood-stained body was his upper end to God. He asked for nothing better than to live his life in peace. But the rot we know as British folk
very soil of Ulster, the battered British crown. Through lads like him and Lafferty is surely toppling down. While on patrol one August morn, near the crying family home, now on the run he manned a gun, from kith and kin to row, promoted to lieutenant in the Brandywell Brigade. His future was for Ireland's cause, defying every red. In hundreds British soldiers came before the light of dawn. But comrades three, one Lafferty, were there to take them on. They then engaged the battle rage, but two guns let them down, and left but one undaunted son to fight the British crown. On bended knee for liberty, his rifle blazed away, till through his head a bullet sped, the price he had to pay. And as he fell, he cried farewell. May God set Ireland free. Please don't deny the dying cry of Eamon Lafferty. No, no, don't deny the dying cry of Eamon Lafferty.
Small and Christmas trees were tall, we used to laugh while others used to play. Don't ask me why, the time has passed me by. Someone else moved in from far away. Now we are tall and the Christmas trees are small, and you don't ask the time of day, but you of May. The apple tree that grew for you and me, I watched the apples falling one by one, and I recall the moment of them all, the day I kissed your cheeks and you were gone.
Another crank song there by the Wolftones, the 1st of May, but I've kept the guys hanging on for long enough. So we've joined us, the guys. Do you know where's there, Paulie? He's actually tweeted saying that he's at his Moz, and hopefully he'll win later on. But we've got the Parrot, Simmy, and Jed. Guys, how you doing?
Aye, all good, mate, all good.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man, he's fucking sounded depressed there. Oh, right, aye.
What you want? Woohoo! Yay!
Aye, that's more like it. Right, I've got. Wait a minute, I've got my points written down here. Right.
Points of you? It's getting like fucking BBC, this, isn't it?
I'm getting
Yeah, before you
professional.
start, Gee, right, that was one of the best interviews you've ever done, by the way. I'm not
Ah, it was superb.
or anything like that. It was outstanding.
Aye, well, do you know, I thought I'd actually spoken to Mick today, and I says to him, I says, Mick, how do you want to play this? I says, do you want me to get questions? He went, do you know what, Jerry says, just leave it. He says, well, just go with it, he says, and see what happens. I says, right, so I'd nothing written down. I hadn't asked him anything before it or anything, and I thought, give the guy his due. I thought it was a brilliant...
It's more natural like that when it's off the cuff, isn't it? You know, there's nothing...
Aye. And unless you didn't hang up, man.
Your man came across brilliant, like.
Aye, well, that's the thing. It's you
It was interesting. I mean, they were. I checked them online. They were the band that done the Irish Celtic Supporters Association doing Dublin, and I wonder if they got a few party tunes out.
Aye, well, to be honest with you, I think they probably would, because I think they're that kind of band. And I think, you know, it's just even speaking to Mick the day, we were speaking quite a few things. I was on the phone to him for about half an hour a day. Real interesting guy, and the things he was telling us about and what have you. Do you know what I mean? And do you know what?
Whereabouts in Ireland are they? I mean, I heard of the Mick speaking. Is it whereabouts in Ireland is it they're from?
They're just outside Dublin.
Okay.
So they're not far from Dublin. So, but no, an excellent band, and the best is they're playing in Coatbridge, and I thought it was going to be Jeanette Hamilton Centre, but it's not. It's in Shawhead, so I think I might give that a miss. But they're actually playing in Hamilton on the Sunday afternoon before they go to Malone's on the Sunday night. So I'll probably go up to the Hamilton one in Docherty's pub in Hamilton on the Sunday.
Whereabouts in Hamilton's that?
Do you know? I don't know, mate. I don't really know where Docherty's pub is in Hamilton.
What's the dates for it, G?
19th, Sunday the 19th.
In September?
October.
Because
I'm heading off to Benidorm.
You may need your Champions League money by then. Troops don't start making Sunday afternoons. That's as optimistic as I get, really, isn't it?
Well, do you know...
You've got to save up for the Berna now. See Ronaldo, see Arsene.
Well, do you know what?
And a blindfold to watch it.
Right, what you were talking... Right, you've made a good point, the Champions League. Jed, come on, you must be happy that the game's on the Champions... on the season ticket.
I'm absolutely delighted. It was only a common sense decision the club could make after the debacle of travelling through to Edinburgh twice. Anybody that done it, I'd done the two games. Our bus wasn't too bad getting through the traffic, you know, a couple of kind of back roads and that, and we managed to get in without much bother, but it was pretty shambolic, and it was really the only thing they could have done. But it's kind of spoiled. We've seen the tweets today, and Parrot alluded to it before we came on air. It's a bit disappointing that I might be wrong, but I believe the Green Brigade's not going to be back tomorrow. And the flag day is obviously the first game of the season. It's the day you celebrate unfurling the flag, and probably the biggest chunk of the crowd, the support that gives the most support to the team regularly when they're there, are not going to be there, and that's very disappointing from my point of view. The full section that, as I say, gives their heart and soul to supporting the team, regardless of the score, regardless of how they're playing. Anybody that was at Murrayfield seen
The usual start to finish. They just gave it Aldi, and they're not going to be there. So that's pretty disappointing. But obviously the club putting the game on the season card, fair play to them. As you said earlier in the show, we're always quick to criticise, and they've got this one right. So they deserve the kind of kudos for getting that right. I don't think they had much other option today, but they've done it. So you've got to give them the credit for doing it.
I think, as I say, I don't think they had a choice, to be honest with you. And I think this is him saying, well, let's try and get a packed Celtic Park. We've got a chance. We're saying we've got a chance. Do we have a chance of going through?
No, if we play like we did in the two Legia games in the first 60 minutes of the game on Wednesday night, we'll get packed out. Maybe one of the other guys wants to come in and say it. I mean, we won 3-0 on Wednesday, and the plus points I'd take if it was Gordon got a clean sheet, Forrest done alright for 45 minutes, and Bergett came on and looked like he might have something. Borictor, which we might come on to, I thought he'd done alright when he came on. I'm not a fan of Borictor. I don't think he's any way, shape or form a Celtic player, but to be fair to him, he came on and I think the 2-match suspension that's been put out the day for him was an absolute disgrace. Maybe the boys will want to speak about why that came about, but certainly I think that's an absolute disgrace that he's been offered a 2-game suspension for what? For having the audacity of getting his heel clipped and falling. Alright, you might have felt a wee bit dramatic.
Come on, man. He could have been in fucking Swan Lake with the way he dived there.
Right, so that's the way they're going. See if they're going to go down this road, that's fine, right? As long as everybody that does it gets absolutely huckled, then, right? I've not got a problem if that's what they're going to go down. If they're going to go down this road, tremendous, right? But they won't. It'll just be the same old thing. I never see anybody else getting booked when they run into the crowd, apart from when it's a Celtic player, right? Nobody else gets booked for it.
Parrot.
As the lad says, our precedence has been set now, and the fact that Mr. McCann, who's a member, I think it's Dunfermline, he does coaching, isn't it?
That's Parrot, aye.
And he's come out and basically brought the game into disrepute by calling a fellow professional a cheat, which would emphasise it's up to Celtic how they want to play it now. But we'll wait and see. Reference the game, the first half I wasn't really that impressed. I was still waiting to see the dynamic football coming in, but the guy can only work with what he's got. I was quite... Obviously, I've been rattling my ulcers on here for weeks about the Roy Keane thing. There's probably guys pretty sceptical about it, but when we see Dan Petrescu coming out and saying that he was basically offered the Celtic job, it sort of opens people's eyes to the fact that the job was out there, and no harm, Ronnie's took the job on, and we've got to support him. He's got to get the tools, he's got to get more than loan players. We're getting into a Champions League qualifier against a better team than Legia Warsaw with a minus a £10 million asset. We've got a centre half who played no bad the other night, who you seen his body language and what he said after it. Says he wants to be playing at a Champions League club. Well, if he leaves Celtic and he goes to England, I don't think any of the Champions League clubs in England would pick him up.
No.
So he's getting his escape plan ready. I'd just rather have 11 committed players on the park want to play for Celtic, and unfortunately there will be casualties. There might be guys that are fans' favourites, etc., and they might not be able physically or ability-wise to play this new football. But what's got to be important is that this manager at the moment, I mean, he's brought the lad in from Man City, who he's come out and said, listen, I followed this guy last year when I was over at seeing at Man City, I like him. I can go with that. It's probably the first in a long time that John Part's not been involved with. We've got him up. But it's quintessential that this manager gets his own players in on long-term contracts, because at the moment, the way I'm looking at it is, he could have 3 bad games, Celtic could say, right, call it quits, and all I've got to do is terminate 3 loans, and that's it. There'll be no marker Ronnie Delia being the Celtic manager. It'll be a clean slate again. So to give the guy confidence, and to give the members of the squad who do want to play for him and do want to embark on a journey in this new style of football, they've got to give the guy the tools to work with.
When you talk about that, and I totally agree with you, I think we've all says it, that we've got to give the guy some leeway and turn around and say, I think he's so desperate to make this a go at Celtic.
Well, I think tomorrow, I mean, sorry to interrupt you, I think tomorrow's going to be a benchmark because it's Celtic Park at home, it's Flag Day, everybody's going in. Dundee United are a weakened team. They're still, unfortunately, I probably confused everybody last week by talking about the lad Robertson who'd moved to Hull City. The lad Armstrong's still running near midfield. We've not got MD that ability at our club.
Well, what do we do? We've got people at Parkhead, right? And I know I spoke to you guys off air for the infighting in-house because there's players not happy with Ronnie. There's players don't respect him. And the story that's coming out, which I've obviously heard, that is it's interfering. It's interfering with their other commitments. Now, when I hear that, even though it is fans' favourite, and you did say that, Parrot, it's fans' favourite, and fans will turn.
No, my fucking favourite, but there you go.
Well, Mulgrew, for one, mate, that you love, that.
How good was it? How good was it? Him no playing there?
It was there was a notice different. And
I was going to tweet the SFA saying I'll take the 2-match ban for Bo Richter if you throw fucking Mulgrew a 4 months ban like Suarez has got and get him to fuck.
But Kim, I'd like to know what's happened to Commons. Right, is a totally different player. It's just, I don't know what since he's come back. He's just never.
He's playing the gambit, Simi, the way Samaras did, and probably Gary Hooper did, and Joe Ledley did. Because I mean, Chris Commons is now in his last year of his contract. But there's quite highbrow Twitter accounts letting it be known, and we've all known about it. And it's no disrespect to Chris. This will be his last major contract of his career. This is the one, unless he goes into coaching, this is the one that's got to keep him and his family to the standard of living that he's sort of used to. Can Celtic really, I mean, you could ask a chat room now, is Chris Commons a fit enough player? He's not a pearl though. He's not going to play his 38, is he?
No, I think he's actually one of the ones that isn't happy.
Well,
but it shows though. Gee,
that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Sammy. I think we can actually see the players that aren't happy.
So what about it? But how refreshing is it to see a wee boy like McGregor running about dafting?
Fantastic.
He's scoring goals.
Right.
He's scoring goals, and he's probably on $2,000 a week. And we're talking about cutting back money and all that. And you're wanting a boy that will run through a wall. We've got Henderson rotating round, so maybe it's time. I would bite the bullet. Don't get me wrong. It's great Celtic still in the world. We're going to be involved in Europe till Christmas, but I'd have quite happily fell in my sword if it had meant I was more concerned of getting a lot of deadwood out this summer.
I've seen that since Dale came in, that I would rather that we give these young guys a chance and spend maybe £1 million on a guy who nobody really knows and it's a kind of another project. We've got to, that's how I was a wee bit disappointed with the Man City signing. No, for the fact that the guy might be a player in Daly.
Well, that's cover for Virgil when Virgil goes.
But he's getting bummed up to the max. Like,
what about the boys in the development squad, like O'Connell, and I can't mind the other boy's name, the Irish boy who had played last season.
Well, maybe
if they're not good enough, well, they should be cut adrift.
Well,
sorry, lads, you're not good enough. Move on. Because bringing in a 19-year-old boy who's not made his debut with Man City in front of these guys, it can't help their morale. You know, I'm not saying that the boy will be a bad player, and I hope the Man City guy comes in, the Belgian boy, and is outstanding. But what we're going to get after a year, we've developed him for a year, gave him experience, and he's away back to Man City. That's the part.
But I mean, this is unfortunate thing is that we're going to have a cycle now where the chief executive's Moneyball theory is going to be getting gubbed because there's no much at the moment that they're bringing in that you're going to see getting bounced out for these. Foster, Van Dijk. I mean, I don't know. Johansson might turn into a £6 million player, but it's not going to be for 18 months. For no, as I keep saying, you've seen the first time Victor Wanyama kicked a football. You knew he was going on to make illustrious things in Europe. But as you say, if we're only bringing guys in and loan, there's no sell-on fee. These guys go back to their respective clubs, and you can only maybe hope that. I don't know how long that boy's got left in his contract. You've seen Man City this week. I've got order squad on new 5-year deals. Do we hope that the boy enjoys his year up here and becomes a freedom of contract? He comes back up.
I think that's
what kind of money is he on though?
But that's the thing about Sammy.
I bet he's on big money, Sammy.
Aye, that's what I'm saying. We couldn't afford them, man.
No.
Well, do you know, sometimes you can go down south. Well, talking about money, this is another thing. Peter Lowell's obviously come in and talked about budgets. Last year, it was quite openly reported, 2 seasons ago, that the wage budget was 20 grand per player. He's actually cut that now to 15 grand. So that's why the likes of Commons and things like that won't be offered a new contract.
Well, that'll be the only one that's above that at the moment at the club will be Scott Brown, isn't it?
Aye.
And I take it with quite distaste. And I know guys in the chat room know that, I'm a Lovell basher, but for me it's quite embarrassing that the CEO of the club's on more than any of the players.
Yeah. How can he justify it too, though? That's the thing.
That's running down.
If we cut the wages in, his wages should be getting.
Of course, mate, there's no need for them because if we're developing Marine youth players and all that, if we're not going to be... I mean, we look at it a while up to our social media earlier in the week. We were promised 3 or 4 months ago that potentially, now don't get me wrong, there was never a plan shown or anything, potentially there would be a fan zone put in. Potentially there would be safe standing already agreed by now and we'd be up and running with that. And this stage, the poor side of Glasgow talking about collusion with the council, the fact that Glasgow councillors and other members of the Police Scotland or whatever, whoever safety officers have been involved, have obviously sat in that info that Celtic won't be allowed to get the safe standing in. And Celtic's championed this, and maybe the club's long-term strategy would be, listen, we'll take one up the deep and dumb, we'll hold these games, but the sweetener should be, there you go, we've got you safe standing. And we're sitting now, there's no a fan zone, there's no safe standing, a good section of our support will not be getting into the ground tomorrow through still having issues with the club. Maybe the quite cynical side of me would see it as maybe it would suit them that they boys and lassies no being in tomorrow, with being Flag Day and it being a Celtic family day, etc. Because with Fergus McCann coming back tomorrow, I know that's caused a lot of debate and debacle about it. I mean, Fergus came in 20 years ago and did what he did, but it's sort of, in recent times for me, like the work that guys like him did, Celts for Change, and it was sort of like going into the mist of the background, and it wasn't until the debacle at what happened at Ibrox and how they imploded and liquidated, and it brung up to the feel-good factor, Celtic was saved. But just hopefully we'll talk about it briefly about Flag Day tomorrow. My biggest gripe about the whole Flag Day situation is with Fergus McCann. Fergus McCann came in when nobody else would and put the money in, and Celtic was saved. And that's the most important thing to remember. The politics after it, whether or not the sing books, what he did to Tommy Burns, God rest his soul, Celtic was saved, and that was the most important thing at that time, because he came in before social media, and he was assisted by Matt McGlone and the boys of Celticdreams at the day, now like Brendan. They got together, and all the Celtic fans, myself included, now I came from a household where some of my family, one of my brothers, still went into the games when we boycotted games. If I was at home, we stood outside the ground. There'll be people listening in at the moment who sat inside the ground, and fair play them the way to watch Celtic. There was other people who stood outside the ground and made a stand for that. And that to me is quite apparent, as the people who 21 years ago were basically spat at and laughed at and ridiculed and told they were Celtic haters and not proper Celtic people, gave Fergus McCann the platform to get in there and save the club. And we move on 20 years now, and there was another element. There was the people in positions of power, of trust in the echelons of the Celtic support, whether it be the affiliation, the association. They sat and said nothing in the back the old board, and they looked probably disgraced at Fergus McCann and what the people were trying to do to save the club. These same people will be sitting inside that stadium tomorrow licking Fergus McCann's arse, whereas the majority of the heartfelt Celtic support who stood shoulder to shoulder with other fans to save the club at its darkest hour, the majority of the people won't be inside the ground tomorrow. That to me is the most insulting thing, is the fact that these Asian provocateurs, they are the soup takers of soup takers. They are the people who just follow the money trail. We've seen them breaking rank last week when the club hit a crisis after an absolutely abysmal European campaign. The Lawwell out things come out. And the only choice, it must break Peter Lawwell's heart to give the Celtic support that game on the season ticket next week, because it's cost them money. But do we realistically think that team is capable of getting further on in Europe?
No.
No, I think what you've said there, mate, is well said, because I remember that era, and the Burnett came in, and I know a lot of people, even now, he came in and saved the club. We were going under, and he was an amazing businessman. And if you can remember going back,
I was 5 at the time. Big G, you know what I mean?
But if he get ridiculed in the papers because he was away chasing Mark Van Duker. And I remember that he actually, I think he made the front pages of the Daily Record because he'd actually taken a flight over to Australia and he was standing outside and the man with the bonnet chases his player. They kind of ridicule him. And he paid well, he paid, I think it was £2 million for Mark Van Duken and we sold him for about £6 million. And they were
he was around and wouldn't have come out the fucking half time against Inverness. He wouldn't have come out and played.
Aye, well, exactly. That's why we got shot at him. But as I says, going back, fair play to the guy. He came in, he turned us about. But can I ask you a quick question? When you're turning around saying there's people standing outside, if something is not done at Celtic Park, will those days come back and haunt us?
I think it's like history repeating itself, by the way.
Well, something that... Jed, what about you?
Yeah, I think history will be kind to him because, as Parrott said, he saved the club and he built the stadium. But anybody that was going through the years, and I was, and a lot of the boys I still go with were...
I'm not talking about in the past yet. I'm talking about...
No, what I want to say, just if you want the first years, you shouldn't forget there was a lot of hard times then. Jock Brown coming in, to suffer all the fight that was there. There was a lot of hard times when McCann was trying to come in. So I will say history will be kind to him because he saved the club and built the stadium. Do I think it will come round again? I'm not so sure. I don't know. I think there'll come a point where there'll be a critical mass of people say enough's enough. We can't take this anymore. We're not investing any money we get back in the team. We're downsizing. We can't compete in Europe. We're stuck in Scottish football, but we're paying EPL prices. And there'll come a time when people are saying, "Well, I've got more to do with my money and go to get treated like a criminal at a football game." Can I sing a song that actually doesn't offend anybody? Fuck that, I can go and spend my money elsewhere. That's when I think it'll change. My own view is if Law goes, will everyone in the Kevin Barrosi? No, because I think we'll just get another clone in who works to the same direction that the current PLC direct him to.
I think it's above
the very top.
You're right. I mean, the revolution that happened in the 90s wasn't a total revolution. There was too many. And we're not talking about people, employees at the club. We're talking about the echelons who floated about the club and these people that wear the blazers and attend the dues and all that. Too many of them survived the kill. We're now in the 21st century. We're in the digital area. But we now can put out a tweet and you can get 20,000 people outside a stadium.
See, sometimes you think that Fergus saved the club, but he took the soul away for the club too. That's what I've seen.
Well, I like to see Fergus forgetting saving the club, and then the rest of it is another chapter. Because what he did, you could nitpick everything with the business side, and the guys are arguing other bits. You know, we can. I mean, I think the whole saving the Celtic thing, we've seen Hearts have managed to save themselves, and they're a tenth of the size of the club we are. You know, but everybody's getting romanticising about it because of what happened to the Zombies and how they went under, sort of thing. And that happened because they had a programmed support who believed everything. You know, so for me personally, the game goes on. Peter might be sleeping with his Maggie Thatcher onesie on because he's a very lucky boy, but for me, he's 3 games away these days. I think he might have had a wee alarm call. He's now 3 games away. He could have a bad game tomorrow, and he could have 2 stinkers in Europe, and the pressure's on. And whether it be, and it's all down to this manager, unfortunately, because we all now know he's not first choice. You know, and I hope the boy does well, and maybe the other night was the start of a wee bit of luck. A lucky manager is just as good as a good manager. But what for me it'll prove is if things go wrong on the park, and as usually what happens is that the manager puts his head in the guillotine and he goes. Unfortunately, Peter's basically rammed this appointment into his, and if the manager goes as quickly as he might do, the chief executive will have to go. But I mean, as he's quite rightly say, he is just a directive. He's getting paid £1 million a year to do what he's told by the people who are running the club, the board, and it's then up to the fans to say they're not happy and crank it up again. And unfortunately,
Sorry, man. I agree with you, right? But see, if he was getting his own players in and that, right, then I would totally agree that the manager's got to live and die with his. But he's not picking the. See, even
he's not
telling me he picked the players. He never picked.
The injured Bulgarian. Where do your fucking players get their medicals? Fucking the Kelvin Hall or Ross Hall? What's going on there? But no, as I say, the guy's got to be. He's in a perilous position because this manager, if he wants this manager to succeed, this manager's got to be backed. And the problem is I was on Tommy's last night talking. This manager we've taken has come from a very, it's like the League of Wales he's came for. And he's never scouted any big players in it. I mean, he was probably never managed, obviously, in a stadium at Celtic Park and walking out and going, oh, what's this I've come into?
I think
I listened to it. There was I think, see the 10 in a row show with Paul and
G, aye.
Right, they were talking about the Man City link with Lowell's son and our manager and the loan deals and all the rest of it, and there's only like 2 scouts that Celtic use. That's got to be looked at.
No, I mean, see the other debacle. Sorry to hog out the line as usual. The other great debacle I found on Twitter was, loan signings are great. You know, we don't want to buy players in case they're shite. It's the same fucking guy that bought the shite that's fucking scouting the guys we're loaning in.
100%. That's one of the biggest fallacies. My personal opinion is this magic scouting system that we've had Victor Wanyama, Gary Hooper, Fraser Forster. How much shite have they also brought in?
Exactly, they've got more shite than they have.
Paying them fortunes.
Do you remember? You remember, right? Probably basically the folk that's listening in will have listened to Tommy's show. I remember Tommy did a show with Alec McLeish last year, right? Big EBT Eki, and he was saying that he was aware of Victor Wanyama. We'd be very naive to think if there's no 100 DVDs planted at Parkhead every week for that John Park to sit and watch. And these players are all out there. You know what? If Lennoxtown to me should be like Southampton's academy, knocking out fucking £12 million players every season. And the whole hierarchy of Peter Lawwell and John Park, it's been there a long time. Is it starting to get a bit stale? We're not getting the produce. I mean, I've said before the debacle about Neil Lennon didn't trust. And fair play to Neil Lennon, I've always condoned him, I didn't like him, but Neil Lennon got Fraser Forster in when nobody else would really touch him, and he stuck by him and he brought him back and he got criticised for it and he was proven right. The same with Gary Hooper, John Park didn't want him. And with the striker, it was actually Lennon that wanted Lee Griffiths. He stopped trusting John Park to get it. And there was stories I get told by the Black Hackney Mafia, them who don't do social media but they do everything else. And they told me 3 months ago that John Park was being eyed up by the zombies. So maybe no everything's great and euphoric at Celtic Park, but there's been enough talent in Scotland recently, whether it be Dundee United, etc., that could have been up money paid and get them playing at Celtic Park.
No, absolutely. The best young players in Scotland, we always went head to head with the zombies for them, and I'd certainly love to have seen the boy Armstrong in a hoop jersey this year, and Gold. I think we could have had a chance. I believe we were interested in Gold, but we balked when we heard the money that Dundee United were looking for, because obviously there was interest in the boy. But the fallacy that we've got a magic scouting system out there, that is just absolute and utter pish. Is what I think.
I mean, Lennoxtown's a big TV studio, because that's what's really coming out of there now, isn't it?
Which is quite worrying, Parrot, because I was speaking to a boy in Murrayfield and he says, see all these boys that played in the development squad for the last couple of years, they've not done nothing, they've not moved up. These guys should be moving up within 6 months if they've got any in about them at all. Get them into the first team and get them tried.
But why are we not doing that?
Give them a chance either, though. So
no, well, I agree that's something. If you're bringing a boy on, he must get 5-6 games to see if he can do it. That's why I'm glad that you spoke about earlier. McGregor's been in there, and the boy's got something about him. He just needs to hope to God that they persevere and give him a good run, and let's see what the guy can do. I think he's our top scorer this season.
And he's only in that looks interested, by the way. I'm telling you, he's the only one that's.
No, I hope they persevere with him.
Oh, I don't know. Big wee Kyle looks hungry when he comes home.
Can I just say one thing? My wish for last week, I think, is coming true. I was hearing the night through my old dad, but he brings some rumours to the table at times. But this one, I mean, he knows the boy who's on the Dundee United bench and the old boy who's a physio, and he says Griffiths is a certainty to go to Hibs on loan, absolute certainty.
Yeah.
So I'll be glad. I just hope the boy doesn't darken a hook jersey.
I know we spoke about Griffiths last week, and he says that the fact that basically he did start arguing.
Terry, I seen it. He was wanting to fight with Celtic supporters going up the tunnel, and he was answering them back, and you had to be held back.
It was the fact that he'd actually, that one of the guy, it was actually one potential guy was actually getting all the players' stick, and he brought up his wains, and he made a comment like, "I'll go back to your fucking family and your kids and all that," and I think that's when Griffiths lost it. And I think to a certain extent he didn't do himself any favours. I think the Celtic fans kind of, this is me speaking personally.
I thought you were going to say Celtic family then. I was going to hang up.
No, I know, mate, but this is when I say the Celtic fans kind of, when they brought him in, there were nothing else coming in. That's the bottom line. There were nothing else coming in, and we brought him in. We said, well, let's give the guy a chance. He done great at Hibs. He's not a bad striker, blah, blah, blah. Then, when he joined Celtic, and I'm going to, you might think I'm out of order here. Next thing, all of a sudden, a few weeks later, he came out with the video of when he was out in a pub in Edinburgh shouting Scatchell's a refugee and all that, and the Celtic fans jumped on it. There were a lot of support out there, didn't want him, and turned around and says, well, fair enough, we'll take him. But I'm going to say a lot of fans then, he really didn't have a chance after that, because he had to walk a tight line, and if he stepped out,
I think Bitton's done even. I think he's done worse than what. Well,
but so do I.
And then he grabs up and takes a penalty, and you're like, "What the?" Or they made him captain the next game that he played. What the fuck is going on here?
Well, so do I. But why is the Celtic support not went off their head at that?
So what's the Beaton thing about? Sorry, I've not heard this one.
Well, when he tweeted that about he's Israeli and all that, and he tweeted a thing about the IDS and everything, right? I think allegedly. Right?
It was on. He put up an Instagram message basically wishing everybody involved in the IDF operations to stay safe.
Yeah.
And then within 10 minutes it went down, and then he just put up like a world peace thing sort of thing. But for me, the guy is a proud national, and that's the country he's from, and that's what we knew we were buying.
I've got a problem with that.
But Griffiths, for me, that would be like condoning Marco Negri at Ibrox for blessing himself. The guy should be, but they should all be briefed, whether it be Irish stuff they're tweeting or Israeli stuff and whatever. The guy, and this goes down to again the Lawwell links with the people coming in for where we signed Big Effie Ambrose from, and the private jet only really lands in from the Eastern Mediterranean. Lee Griffiths was troubled. The striker that Lee Griffiths has spent most time with in the last year sitting with Gary O'Connor and Berwick on the baby.
Right.
He was bad news. Now, you remember when he was playing with Hibs against Celtic in the Cup final, and everybody sort of scoffed when he was up for Player of the Year. I mean, he'll never be Celtic class. And then on the revisionists come out when he put a hoop jersey on, oh my God, he's at Celtic. Absolute nonsense, that guy being at Celtic. If we've not learned our lesson after signing wee Reardon, I thought Reardon's a better player than him personally.
I know what G was saying, sorry Parrot, about if somebody's commenting on his kids, that's out of order, but for a professional football player, part and parcel of the game is taking stick, and it can be the worst thing that's said, and all he needs to do is just walk up the tunnel, because people like myself who've seen it, who can't hear what's being said, just think, look at this fucking dick.
No, I think
we've
right.
just been papped out the Champions League, and he's wanting to fight with your support.
I totally agree with you, but what I was trying to say, I think there's a certain support. I'm not sticking up for the guy or anything.
Aye.
I'm just saying,
Aye.
I think there's a certain support which we're quite happy to see him doing that, because they were ready to jump on. Let's face it, look at Strachan. The Strachan was never accepted. A percentage of our support still never accepted Strachan. 4 years at the club, for what he done for us. He's in the last 16 twice, and there's still arguments going on now saying, was Martin O'Neill better than Strachan? And you can't. It's like you can't say anything about Sir Martin. Do you know what I mean? Or Saint Martin, you want to call it.
But you'll have the echelons of Martin O'Neill coming back to bite you in the arse if a player like Chris Commons gets a lucrative 3-year deal, because that's what Martin O'Neill did. He left us with guys like Chris Sutton and John Hartson, etc., who were basically finished and on the scrap heap, and they were in Cozy Street and they were getting money for it. So it's interesting.
Can I ask just for the threes about Commons then? Because coming back after the game, the second leg against Leeds, there was a big argument in the bus. Because I said if Leicester are offered $7.5 million for Commons, I'd take it. What do you think? How? Because I don't think he got offered a new deal. No, that horse is bolted. So what is he worth? And what
he's got a year. No, he's only got a year left his contract, mate. This for me is people that's involved with him. And listen, we're going to be really cynical and dark and fucking horrible for a minute here. The whole Chris Commons franchise and the package with his partner who does terrific work and all that, right? That's a Celtic family crown jewel. That guy's got less than a year deal, and we've seen the uproar that Samaras, it was maybe a 50-50 in the Celtic support, folk liked him, folk didn't he? But if Chris Commons goes, we're most pivotal player last year, etc., he's playing the game because he knows he's got less than a year left in his contract. Celtic would maybe be lucky to get a Ledley fee for him. That works in his favour, because if he goes to Leicester, if he goes to West Brom, he'll get his 40 grand a week he's after. And he'd have probably got the big bucks he'd have been after if Lennon stays, because he'd have got his coaching money as well. They're all sitting in that dressing room. It's like any job. If somebody's getting paid more than you and you think you're better than them, you want to know why. Chris Commons has to leave the club for the club to move on.
So how much do you think it's going to take to leave? Because I would take anything above $2 million.
I was going to say $2 million, Jed.
I think we'll be very lucky to get $1.5 million because of his age and the fact that he's got less than a year in his contract.
But somebody said we were getting 7 for a month.
Oh, that funny old thing. That's a story that appears in the mirror, and that's when Celtic's at its lowest peak. It swings and rounds about because Lobel's sitting there, and the Celtic family crown jewels going out the door. We've seen Celtic panic in the past, getting Scott Brown fucking wages he wasn't due when Spurs were looking at him with Harry Redknapp. We look at the Celtic board giving Lawwell money he wasn't due when supposedly Arsenal and Liverpool were looking at him. It's all a bluff game. If Celtic go out of Europe, out of the Champions League, there's no need for guys like Chris Commons. The Europa League, move the boy on. We can't afford. I'd give him maybe a 1-year deal and then see how he was next year. But does the manager really? There's going to be players. You've seen how, and fair play to him, the manager's come out and he's mentioned James Forrest. He wants him to play a certain style. There's going to be great players and lovely players and people we like at the club going to be having to move on because they don't fit into the new regime, whether it be through technical ability or fitness levels. And that's just the sad thing about football. Mm-hmm. We cannot afford not to go down this journey with this new manager. Get him in what he wants, whether it be the chief executive. If he comes out and says, listen, it's going to be cash and carry for 2 months and then we'll kick in and we'll get the league scooshed by March, we've got to go for it. But he can't just keep playing guys like Chris Commons. In an ideal world, Chris Commons would have got a hat-trick the other night, and that would have gave his agent a bit more ammo to chat Peter Lawwell's door and say, listen, he's got a hat-trick, the club's in fucking trouble here, you can't get him in, give me the deal, and Celtic would have been held over a barrel. Celtic, for once, have got to stay strong. There's better things to spend 24 grand a week on than Chris Commons for 3 years.
I agree, I wouldn't pay him that kind of money. I like him. I think he's the only creative type player we've got going forward for the middle of the park, but there's no way in this earth he's worth that kind of money, Parrot.
And it's his fitness. I mean, see if he was like a John Collins at that age who you knew he was going to play, he was 35. He gave him it. He's not a Moravcik. He's not going to play as many games as Lubo Moravcik. We've seen him begin out for 2 months. As I say, I had previous knowledge of him for boys at Derby County lads I knew, and they said he's a fair wear player. We've seen him at Celtic put on a wee bit of weight and vanish for 3 months. You cannot afford to have your top earner at your club unless he's out week in, week out, performing to the top of his ability.
I agree with that.
Right, guys, before I let you go, tomorrow, Flag Day, predictions. Jed?
I'm looking forward to the game. whether I'm in time to see Ferguson furling the flag depends on the taste of the beer and the CSA.
CSA, you're going to say
You'll never get that CSA.
Listen, I think it'll be a good game tomorrow. Dundee United seem to have weathered the storm of losing their two better players in the team. They looked good the first two games of this season, so I think it'll be a good test for them. I'm hoping we can scrape a win, which is unbelievable to say. First game of the season against Dundee United at home. I'm hoping that they scrape a win. Confidence is a big thing in football, and I think you could see the team come on a bit after the second goal on Wednesday night. They seem to get a lot more confident. I'm hoping that we get a good result to set us up for a fucking eyes through the fingers job on Tuesday or Wednesday night whenever we play Maribor. So I'm looking forward to the game, and I hope that we can manage to get the win. But it'll be very tight, very tight.
Sammy?
Desmond, 2-2.
Oh, 2-2.
Yeah.
Parrot?
I'm not going to predict the game, but I just hope everybody enjoys a flag day. It doesn't matter if it's the first ever championship we won or the last one. It's an important thing. For some folk, it'll be the first time they've seen the flag going up. For others, it'll unfortunately be the last time they go up. Hope everybody has a great day, and I hope it's not too long before Rascals with bucket hats are getting in. And obviously there's the Celticdreams event at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for a real Celtic legend, no one of these ones that goes to Parkhead for 2 years and spunks all the monies in the bookies and Charlie and comes back and goes to every opening of the book lunch. That's at 9 o'clock, and then obviously the boys for the Radical Independence Committee, whatever the boys are called, and the Green Brigade guys are helping out getting people registered to get people voting and hopefully get the nation free and escape all the Lizzies. And I just hope there's no more celebrities getting screened, all these Sir Chris's or whatever, after the Sir Cliff being caught out next. You need don't want a night out in this day and age.
All they need to do is put a 70s fucking Top of the Pops on, right? And it's
you'll just have Al Martino in the background with pants people dancing for 70 minutes. So everybody else you're allowed to fucking show. They're on the jail hiding in Bahamas or Barbados. They're all
pants people. That's a blast for the
pants people. Get them on the park and all that. So I hope everybody, all the boys are listening. They're proper Celtic, unlike malcontents like me. I'll be sitting with Arthur having a mellow bird and a slice of organic carrot cake, cheering on the boys. So not great show as usual, G. And as I say, we'll have to try and make it a wee hook up and go and see the Druids, mate. You know, as long as there's no copper thinking about with rubber gloves, certainly you get in, the boozers get in.
Well, I'll give you a quick phone and maybe arrange that a wee Sunday afternoon, mate, in Hamilton.
Now I've got hair, I tweeted you, I fetched your picture done, and now I'll get my phone knocked back, mate.
Undercover CSCU.
I'm like fucking, it's another 2 weeks, mate, and I'll be like Glenn Medina, or I'll be out filming videos in fucking Spoon Beach.
I'm telling you, I didn't recognise you. You'd hear.
That and the Celtic family onesie sort of gives me a different angle these days.
Right, guys, look, thanks very much for coming on, Jed, Simmy, Parrot.
Cheers, boys. Cheers,
on the best.
Right, take care. I'll see you later. Once again, ladies and gents, thanks very much for the guys for coming on. It's good to have a good chat. And I'm sure in the past we've kind of been criticised about the views. You're only allowed to come on Celtic Dream Show if you agree with the views and all that. I think in the last couple of weeks, the good thing is that the guys come on, they're honest, they're up front, and they give their own opinion, and we have good debates, if that's what you want to call it. And so, as I say, the guys come on, they give their opinion. We don't always agree with each other, but I think, as I say, it's good stuff. So let's get back to some of the tunes.
The man was all shot through that came today into the barrack square, and a soldier I'm not proud to say we killed him there. They brought him from the prison hospital, and to see him in that chair, I thought his smile would far more quickly call a man to prayer. Maybe I don't understand this thing that makes these rebels die. Yet all things love freedom, and the spring clear in the sky. I think I would not do this deed again for all that I hold by, as I gazed down my rifle at his breast. But then a soldier I. They say he was kindly, different too, apart from all the rest, a lover of the poor, and all shot through his wounds ill-dressed. He came before us and faced us like a man who knew a deeper pain than blows or bullets ere the world began. Died he in vain, ready, present, and he just smiling? God, I felt my rifle shake. His wounds were opened, and around his chair a pool of blood. I swear his lips said, "Fire," when all was still before my rifle spat that cursed lead. And I was picked to kill a man like that. James Connolly.
A great crowd had gathered outside of Kilmainham, their heads all uncovered, they knelt on the ground. For inside that grim prison lay a brave Irish soldier, his life for his country about to lay down. He went to his death like a true son of Ireland. The firing party he bravely did face. Then the order rang out, present arms and fire. James Connolly fell into a ready-made grave. The black flag they hoisted, the cruel deed was over. Gone was a man who loved Ireland so well. There was many a sad heart in Dublin that morning when they murdered James Connolly, the Irish rebel. God's curse on you, England, you cruel-hearted monster. Your deeds, they would shame all the devils in hell. There are no flowers blooming, but the shamrock is growing on the grave of James Connolly, the Irish rebel. Years have rolled by since that Irish rebellion, when the guns of Britannia they loudly did speak. The bold IRA they stood shoulder to shoulder, and the blood from their bodies flowed down Sackville Street. The four courts of Dublin the English bombarded, the spirit of freedom they tried hard to quell. But above all the din rose the cry, no surrender. 'Twas the voice of James Connolly, the Irish rebel.
It doesn't seem quite so long ago, the last time that I saw you. But ain't it funny how the memories grow? Seems they always fold around you. They try to break you in a living hell, but they couldn't find a way. So they killed you in an 8-block cell and hoped that all would turn away. They thought your spirit couldn't rise again, but you dared to prove them wrong. And in death you tore away the chains. Let the world hear freedom's song. But the heartache and pain linger on. They're still here, though it's so long since you've gone. But we're stronger now. You showed us how freedom's fight can be won. I wish there was an easy road to choose to bring this heartache to an end. But easy roads are always sure to lose. I've seen it time and time again. If you could stand by me like yesterday, I'd find your strength to carry on. So let your spirits shine along the way, and our day will surely come. But the heartache and pain linger on. They're still here, though it's so long since you've gone. But we're stronger now. You showed us how freedom's fight can be won. If we all stand as one.
Sorry about that, ladies and gents. A song for Marcella there. I did promise you it was going to be a packed show tonight, and we have, once again, thankfully, a wee phone call to America, and we've got Paddy for the Rhines Band. Paddy, how you doing, mate?
I'm good, mate. I'm very good. Nice to hear a familiar voice all this way over the ocean.
Yeah. How's the tour going?
What's that, mate? How's the tour going?
I says, how's it?
Yeah, it's good, mate. I'm just up in the mountains, you see, in Vermont, in the middle of nowhere at the minute, just driving to the gig, so that's why it's a bit choppy with the audio, but yeah, it's been good, mate. Can't complain.
Excellent. Obviously, I've seen the pictures on Facebook. Obviously, you've had a busy week.
Yeah, we've been busy. We've been playing every day, and in the daytimes we've been marketing, advertising, going meeting new people, networking, that kind of thing. So I haven't really had much time to ourselves. But it's when you're over here, you may as well make the most of the time that you've got, and this probably be one of the busiest tours we've done over here. So it's gone down really well. We've got tonight and two more, three more, sorry, after tonight, and then we're back home. So,
right. So we are. You're in Salt Lake tonight. So where are you tomorrow and the next couple of days?
Yeah. So tonight it's a place called Salt Hill in Lebanon, New Hampshire. And then Saturday and Sunday, it's the International Celtic Festival at Hunter Mountain Resort up in the Catskills in New York, you see. So if you Google that, you'll see it's a massive thing. There's I think there's about 20 bands on, something like that. But they invited us over after we did the cruise ship. Someone saw us and said, you'd be perfect for the festival. So we're coming to do that. And then on Monday, we're playing in a hotel in Wyndham, which isn't too far away from where the festival is. He heard we were in the area, and he asked if we had any dates. I said, the only one we have is the Monday before we go home, and he said, well, that's fine for him, so that's where we are, and we fly home on the Tuesday, so it's all busy. We've got stuff to do on Tuesday as well. We've got to sort out a few things for next tour in March. Obviously, you know a lot about that. And then Tuesday afternoon, we're going to Mike McGovern's for a post-tour barbecue and a bit of a hoedown. So there you are.
Excellent. Now, did you manage? We had Chaz on last week. Did you manage to meet Chaz and Yampy last Friday?
Did I manage to? I'm sorry, mate, you're breaking up there.
I'm saying, did you manage to meet Chaz and Yampy last Friday?
Yes, I did. Yeah, the New York guys. It was good, mate. Obviously, I was playing for a good bit of the night, but the chances I got to speak to him, we had a good chat, and it's nice to see them all. I don't know if they're listening tonight or today. It's like 6 o'clock here, so not too late. But yeah, I've met him before. He's a good guy, and I've met a few of them. It's you know how it is. People introduce themselves by their Twitter name, or it's a bit strange, but it's always nice to put a face to the name and stuff. But I've met Charles a few times now, and he's always. You'll probably meet him in March, mate.
You were breaking up there, mate.
Yeah, I said you'll probably meet him in March. He's always a good guy. Like, he always comes and watches the Lions when we're in New York.
No, seriously, I'm not going to meet Chaz. I think he's a bit of a prick, but I'm only kidding on Chaz. I know I'm looking forward to meeting the guys when I come over. So how's Johnny been? Has he been taking care of you?
How is which one, mate? Sorry.
I'm saying, how has Johnny been? Has he been taking care of you?
Johnny, he's usual Johnny. He's been spot on. Can't do enough for you. He's done all the gigs, and we had a big party at his house the other night, and he invited all the local people down, and he's been great. We got him again for another couple of days, and then I won't see him for a good bit. But today he took me. He had a few hours spare, so he took me playing ice hockey, which was scary as anything, playing against all these guys that train all the time. But that's his sport, if you're wondering. And then he took me off to do a bit of shooting and stuff like that. So what a hack day for a day off, until tonight. We didn't have anything to do this afternoon. We been very busy, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, he did like my comment when I says I'm going to be practicing the Boran. So I did say that Johnny Ra better watch out when it comes to on tour on with the Rhines.
Yeah, I told him that, and he said, "You're more than welcome."
Well, that's fine. I'm sure me and Johnny can go up there giving it loudy together.
Yeah, no, he is. He's looking forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks, mate. He said he's going to have a good time, like.
Well, tell him, as I says, I'll be over, and I'm going to bring a wee bottle of Buckfast for me and him.
Yeah, I'll tell him that. I'll be happy to hear that.
I know. But quickly, Paddy, honestly, the Rhines Band, you have got a lot going on, because when you come back, obviously you need to start getting the Wigan Irish Festival organised.
Yeah, it's non-stop, mate. It's non-stop. I mean, for the last couple of weeks, we've been on a run of gigs. We've done 32 gigs in 36 days. That's my last 36 days I've done. And, you know, if you take into account 3 of them days we're flying or driving back from Denmark or whatever. So it's been a lot. But, you know, I can't complain. It's good to have work, obviously. But people are asking for us to come to places, and I'm not going to turn them down. I'm always going to go and play to places. So, yeah, as soon as I get back, it's going to be more of the same, you know, to get started on the next projects and stuff and move forward.
No, excellent, mate. Paddy, I'll let you get back, and hopefully, good luck. Tell Johnny, tell your mum and dad I was asking for them as well.
Yeah, I will do, mate, I will.
And hopefully when you get back, we'll get you back on the show for a night.
Yeah, well, as soon as I get back, I'll give you a shout, give me a call, and we'll see what we can sort out, mate.
Well, give me a phone, because you've got your new mobile and what have you, so give me a phone when you get back next week.
Alright, mate.
Okay, then,
No
take
worries.
care, Paddy.
Thanks for having us on the show, mate.
Sorry?
Thanks for having us on the show.
No problem, mate. Always it's good to catch up with you, and hopefully, give me a phone next week, and we'll get you on one Friday night. Hopefully, you might give us a few tunes.
Okay.
If you're not busy.
Sure.
Because you're getting that big now,
Right.
that you want to just forget about us now. Right, Paddy, I'll speak to you later, mate. Take care, okay?
Alright.
Right, take care, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thanks to all your listeners as well. Thanks for listening.
Cheers, mate. Bye. Ladies and gents, that was Paddy Ryan. Remember, Ryan's band, they've got a new CD out. As I says, you can get them on their website. The Ryan's band, it's good to hear. Paddy, I haven't spoken to him for a while. It's good to see that then basically a good tour going on. Just going back to a few of the tunes. If you are wanting a request, you need to get them in quick, because we've got 80 minutes left on the show. So send me your request on Celticdreams12 on Twitter.
Jackie, I remember your face from a far distant place. Yes, I do. Jackie, you were an innocent boy. Why did they destroy your future road to you? You came from a home of 9 sisters and 5 brothers. Up in the Craigan, you were my cousin. You worked with me brother Dustin, named after me father. Down in springtime, tending looms. Jackie, you were just 17 when they shattered your dreams, and we never got over it. Jackie, you'd have found a good wife and had a wonderful life.
and raised your wains well. In 68, your mother, Maureen, she died, and with Willie, your father, we cried. She was so very young. Her sister Dolly said if Maureen had survived, she'd have been in the coffin by your side. Your mother couldn't have coped. Jackie, you were good in the ring, 'cause that was your thing. You would have been a champion. Jackie, your nephew John did you proud. He's recognized by the crowd as fulfilling your ambitions. Your face is painted in murals down in the bog, and I pray to God that you'll not be forgotten. That day in 72, it's etched on our minds, the day that innocence died. They called it Bloody Sunday. Jackie, there were 13 others as well, more unfinished stories to tell. Jackie, 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 our Jackie, Jackie Duddy. On a summer's day in Derry in 2010, thousands gathered again, and the world had gone. The British government said sorry and admitted the wrong. The clapping went on and on, the cheering went on and on. Jackie, your innocence was declared. Your family's voices were heard after 38 years. Jackie, now you can rest in peace. The false accusations have ceased. The truth has been set free. Paddy Doherty, Gerald Donaghy, Hugh Gilmore and Michael Kelly, Michael McDade, Kevin McElhenney, Bernard McGuigan and Gerald McKinney, William McKinney, William Nash, James Ray, John Johnston, John Young and Jackie Duddy. Jackie Duddy.
Now the autumn leaves are falling, and the tourists have all gone, and the children, they have all gone back to school. And my life is as it was before. I work 8 hours a day, but the company's still making all the rules. But there's a girl in Massachusetts, south of Boston town, she said, and her lovely face is with me all the day. Sure, I met her down in Old Tralee, golden hair upon her head, and I took her heart and she stole mine away.
Goodbye, my Boston beauty. Farewell, my Boston rose. I'll wait for you, I'll think of you. No threat to you I'll pose. Goodbye, my Boston beauty. Farewell, my Boston rose. I wish that you were here, but I know that's the way life goes.
There's a song we sang all summer in the bars of Dublin town. I can hear it on the factory radio, and the feelings I remember when I hear that simple tune make me wonder if it really happened so. For we laughed and loved together till the summer days were gone, and she had to fly across the ocean wide. So goodbye, my Boston beauty, until we meet again, and I'll keep the fire burning deep inside.
Goodbye, my Boston beauty. Farewell, my Boston rose. I'll wait for you, I'll think of you. No threat to you I'll pose. Goodbye, my Boston beauty. Farewell, my Boston rose. I wish that you were here, but I know that's the way life goes.
And some nights when I'm drinking and my friends have gathered round, well, just for fun, someone brings up your name. Well, I smile there with the rest of them, but I can't hear a sound. I love you, but to them it's all the same. And nights when I'm alone, my love, you come into my mind, and visions flash upon that inward eye. Well, I watch the moon there up above, then I leave this earth behind, and I call to you as I go sailing by.
Goodbye, my Boston beauty. Farewell, my Boston rose. I'll wait for you, I'll think of you. No threat to you I'll pose. Goodbye, my Boston beauty. Farewell, my Boston rose. I wish that you were here, but I know that's the way life goes. I wish that you were here.
So farewell, my Boston Rose.
Beautiful tune there, the Boston Rose. Totally love that song. I love playing it on the guitar as well. I'd like to thank Paddy Ryan for coming on, just taking 10 minutes out of his time. He basically tells about his tour. Hopefully once he comes back we'll get him on the next couple of Fridays. He's got the Ryan's band have got a new CD out as well, so hopefully we'll get them on. We'll get them a featured band. I know they were the first featured band on the Celtic Dream show, but it's also good. Paddy gives us a lot of support for the Celtic Dream show, and it's good to always get to give Paddy support. I'd like to thank him. I'm trying to get all your requests in, guys. This next one was a request, but I'd all already lined up, and it's a wee request I was going to play, and it's to my lovely wife. 15 years married yesterday. We went out, had a nice dinner last night, went to the club and what have you, and I'd just like to thank her because she does put up with my pish every Friday night. She lets me go on with the show and what have you. She lets me anything, even, I know you all think I just sit down on a Friday night and do the show and sit and get pish, but I do a lot of work behind the scenes, if you want to call it that. She doesn't, as I says, she doesn't moan. It costs me $50 a month to do the show. She doesn't moan about it. She just lets me go on with that. Any phone calls or anything, as I says, she's always been supportive, and even when we're out, I've actually had to say to her a few times, man, look, just going to Jed Boy, 15 years married yesterday as well, mate. 14th of August. Aye, twos were a fucking pair of arseholes, weren't we? Where the fuck was Superman when we needed them, Jed Boy? But no, seriously, she gives me all support. She lets me go on with the show, and I've had, that's what I was going to say, I've had to say it a few times, is calm down, because she says, oh, he does a show, Jerry does a show, blah, blah, and she could be talking to a fucking hun. Do you know what I mean? She's, oh. But, do you know what? Love her to bits, so happy anniversary, Jed Boy. Happy anniversary as well, mate.
As we gathered in the chapel here in old Kilmainham jail, I think about these past few weeks. Oh, will they say we failed from our school days? They have told us we must yearn for liberty. Yet all I want in this dark place is to have you here with me. Oh, Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger. They'll take me out at dawn and I will die. With all my love I'll place this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love, so we must say goodbye. Now I know it's hard for you, my love, to ever understand the love I bear for these great men, my love for this dear land. So when Oric called me to his side down in the GPO, I had to leave my own sick bed. To him I had to go. Oh, Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger. They'll take me out at dawn and I will die. With all my love I'll place this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love, so we must say goodbye. Now as the dawn is breaking, my heart is breaking too. On this May morn, as I walk out, my thoughts will be with you. and I'll write some words upon the wall so everyone will know I love so much that I could see his blood upon the road. Oh, Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger. They'll take me out at dawn and I will die. With all my love I'll place this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love, so we must say goodbye. Now there won't be time to share our love, so we must say goodbye.
A wee song there, Grace, and that was for the missus. Quick story, I remember, we don't really celebrate our anniversary and all that. It's just one of these things. And I remember who's actually just joined us, wee Rido here. I remember our first, I think we were 5 years married, and it was our first milestone and what have you. I think the young wee G was only a baby. And I remember we were going out for dinner, and Rido says to us, why are we going out to dinner? I says, Mum and Dad are married 5 years. He went, why am I 6.5?
Yeah, it was 1968. I was doing a gig in the Glasgow Folk Centre in Montrose Street, and I didn't go on till about 12 o'clock on a Saturday night. It was fairly late, and the fella that went on before me sang this song, and when the concert was over, I said, hey, give us that old song, would you? And he did. Black is the colour of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She has the sweetest smile and the gentlest hands, and I love the ground whereon she stands. I love my love, well she knows. I love the ground whereon she goes. I wish the day it soon would come when she and I could be as one. I go to the Clyde, I mourn and weep, satisfied I never can be. Then I write her a letter, just a few short lines, and suffer death 1,000 times. For black is the colour of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She has the sweetest smile and the gentlest hands, and I love the ground whereon she stands. Done by the Clyde one Saturday night in 1968. Yeah.
Beautiful song there, Christopher, Black is the Colour. And yes, we did give Rido an answer when he says, why am I 6.5? Like any unmarried parents, we gave the answer because you were a gift from God. To be honest with you now, I don't think he appreciates it. He just says, These were a pair of randy buggers.
In Belfast streets I heard it said they shoot little children dead. Take a life, that's what they've done, with plastic bullets from their guns. And we won't be kept down easy. We will not be still. We won't be kept down easy. After all, they maimed and killed young Caroline, just 12 years of age, shut down by Brits in Bloody Bridge. We Julie Livingstone as well fell victim to their plastic hell. And we won't be kept down easy. We will not be still. We won't be kept down easy. After all, they maimed and killed. They tried to drag us from our streets by taking a life so young and sweet. Do they not know we'll not be beat? Their violence is their own defeat. And we won't be kept down easy. We will not be still. We won't be kept down easy. After all, they maimed and killed. They tried to make us toe their line by using every type of crime, but freedom won't be terrorized, nor freedom struggle criminalized. And we won't be kept down easy. We will not be still. We won't be kept down easy. After all, they maimed and killed. And we won't be kept down easy. We will not be still. We won't be kept down easy. After all, they maimed and killed. After all, they maimed and killed.
This being a reading of the last statement of James Connolly, I quote, "To the Field General Court Martial held at Dublin Castle, May 9th, 1916. We went out to break the connection between this country and the British Empire and to establish an Irish Republic. We believe the call we then issued to the people of Ireland was a nobler call and a holier cause than any call issued to them during that World War or having any connection with the war. We succeeded in proving that Irish men are ready to die, endeavouring to win for Ireland those national rights which the British government has been asking them to die to win for Belgium. As long as that remains the case, the cause of Irish freedom is safe. Believing that the British government has no right in Ireland, never had any right in Ireland, and never can have any right in Ireland, one generation of even a respectable minority willing to die to affirm that truth makes that government forever a usurpation and a crime against human progress. I personally thank God that I have lived to see the day when thousands of Irish men and boys and hundreds of Irish women and girls were ready to affirm and to attest to that truth with their lives if need be. Signed this day, 9 May 1916. James Connolly, Commandant General, Dublin Division, Army of the Irish Republic, IRA.
Marching down Sackville Street with the starry ploughing high, here comes the citizen army with their fist raised to the sky. Leading them is a mighty man with a mad rage in his eye. My name is James Connolly, I didn't come here to die, but to fight for the rights of the working class, this small farmer too, to protect the proletariat from the bosses and the screws. So hold on to your rifles, boys, don't give up the dream. A republic for the working class, economic liberty. The chant goes up, all citizens, this system is a curse. An English boss is a bastard, an Irish one even worse. They'll never lock us out again, and here's the reason why. My name is James Connolly, I didn't come here to die, but to fight for the rights of the working class, this small farmer too, to protect the proletariat from the bosses and the screws. So hold on to your rifles, boys, don't give up the dream. A republic for the working class, economic liberty. Now we're in the GPO with the bullets whizzing by, with Pearson, Sean McDermott bidding each other goodbye. Up steps our citizen leader, and he rose up to the sky. My name is James Connolly, I didn't come here to die, but to fight for the rights of the working class, this small farmer too, to protect the proletariat from the bosses and the screws. So hold on to your rifles, boys, don't give up the dream. A republic for the working class, economic liberty. We brought them to a standstill as the flames lit up the sky, till the bullet pierced our leader and we gave up the fight. They shot him in Kilmainham jail, but they'll never stop his cry. My name is James Connolly, I didn't come here to die, but to fight for the rights of the working class, this small farmer too, to protect the proletariat from the bosses and the screws. So hold on to your rifles, boys, don't give up the dream. A republic for the working class, economic liberty.
Another class song there, James Connolly, Citizen Army. Like to thank you all for tuning in. We'll try to get all our requests on as we can. What I was saying, the week of our anniversary, me and the missus were hoping to actually announce a new addition to the family. Born the other day. Totally loved it. Brought us a couple of hours of joy watching it. Then another fucking fish ate the wee shit. Got a new fish tank. Been in 3-4 weeks now. And we got a couple of white mollies. One of them gave birth and we seen it. And one of my fucking cardinals ate it. Fuck. Wee request here for Ernie.
Please welcome on the stage Glasgow's #1 Irish rebel band, the mighty Athenry!
So go to sleep, my weary Perovo. Let the time gather up them by. Can't you hear the bullets humming? That's a Perovo's lullaby. Well, I know, your clothes are worn and tattered, and your hair, it's hard and slightly grey. Someday, you'll die and go to heaven. You'll find peace again someday. So go to sleep, my weary Perovo. Let the time gather up and by. Can't you hear the bullets humming? That's a Perovo's lullaby. Well, I know, the pillars give you trouble. No, they cause trouble everywhere. Someday, you'll die and go to heaven. There'll be no black bastards over there. This man, the all you say. So go to sleep, my weary Perovo. Let the time gather up and by. Can't you hear the bullets humming? That's a Perovo's lullaby. Okay, folks, let's see the hands in the air. So go to sleep, my weary Perovo. Let the time gather up and by. Can't you hear the bullets humming? That's a Perovo's lullaby. Yes, that's a Perovo's lullaby. Out of sleep, my weary Perovo.
I wear a tri-coloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes to me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see. I had a true love if ever a girl had one. I had a true love and a brave man was he. One fine Easter Monday with his gallant comrades, he started away for to make Ireland free. For all around my hat I wear a tri-coloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see. He whispered goodbye, love, old Ireland is calling. High over Dublin, a tricolour flies. In the streets of the city, the foeman is falling, and we birds are singing, old Ireland arise. For all around my hat I wear a tricoloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes to me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see. In praying and watching the dark hours passed over, the roar of the gun brought no message to me. I prayed for old Ireland, I prayed for my love, that he might be safe and old Ireland be free. For all around my hat I wear a tricoloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes to me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see. The struggle was ended, they brought me the story, the last whispered message he sent unto me. I was true to my land, love, I fought for her glory, and gave up my life for to make Ireland free. For all around my hat I wear a tricoloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes to me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see. His bandolier around him, his bright bayonet shining, his short service rifle a beauty to see. There was joy in his eyes though he left me behind him, and started away for to make Ireland free. For all around my hat I wear a tricoloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes to me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see. For all around my hat I wear a tricoloured ribbon, oh, all around my hat until death comes to me. And if anybody's asking me why do I wear it, it's all for my own true love I never more will see.
Wee bit of Derek Warfield there, tricoloured ribbon. That was for Jed Boy. Paul, I know I've got 40 minutes left, but the show, I've got a load of requests in, and hopefully I've managed to get them in. Unfortunately, when I just counted all the minutes and all that, I haven't got time for any more requests, but do you know what, there might even be a part 2, I don't know. Oh, come on, the part 2 of the Celtic Dream Show. The missus is in her bed, so happy days. Got to say this is fair, our man Honeyboo. Need to get you on, big man. I miss your accent. So Honeyboo Boo, CSC, this is for you.
Trying to sing some songs of glory, sing some songs of peace, but in the end it's the same old story. They're both so hard to reach. People tell me they're sick and tired, seeing this place run down. I say, take your blindfold off, you hypocrite, and help us to get off the ground. Please say it isn't so. My Wally and Daddy had to go. The reason's very clear. They're laying down their lives for us year after year. 70 shots between their bodies, but one of those bullets missed. For every trigger fired that morning, a volunteer will enlist.
Thank you.
The song I will sing of a brave young Irish man in the struggle for freedom, so free Ireland. He joined the IRA, he became a volunteer. To his comrades in arms, he'd never show no fear. Volunteer Gerard Casey, freedom fighter to all. To the plight of his country, he answered the call. And while in active service, he'd never question why. For our brave volunteer was not afraid to die. This man from Northampton, I'm sure you've all heard tell. Gerard Casey's his name, where Sharkin he did dwell. He fought for his country and gave up his life for his family and friends and darling young wife. And in his younger days he lived life to the full. While playing Gaelic football, things were not so dull. Working with his father, he served at his time to set Ireland free. For him this was no crime. No stranger to harassment at the hands of the foe. He was tortured, arrested, and castle-raided go. Threatened by imprisonment and death in the end, our brave volunteer for the Brits he would not bend. This man from Northampton, I'm sure you've all heard tales. Gerard Casey's his name, where Sharkin he did dwell. He fought for his country and gave up his life for his family and friends and darling young wife. The cruel British assassins in the cover of the night, they headed for Resharkin and off to Shamrock Park. And with their guns of terror they burst down the door, and the cowards went looking for a family man of four. They found him with his wife and his baby girl in bed. Those English bastards, they left Gerard Casey dead. The cowards, they fled the sadness that night, for his wife and family to carry on the fight. This man from Northampton, I'm sure you've all heard tell. Gerard Casey's his name, Resharkin he did dwell. He fought for his country and gave up his life for his family and friends and darling young wife. His funeral at St. Mary's, dark forces of the crown, the large crowds defied them as the rain it poured down. The piper he played farewell at the grave in honour of Gerard, the bravest of the brave. A gallant volunteer, Northampton Brigade, in a rain-swept graveyard, that's where Gerard was laid. Volunteers that went before him, they lie in the plot. Gerard Casey and their names will never be forgot. This man from Northampton, I'm sure you've all heard tell. Gerard Casey's his name, Resharkin he did dwell. He fought for his country and gave up his life for his family and friends and darling young wife. This man from Northampton, I'm sure you've all heard tell. Gerard Casey's his name, Resharkin he did dwell. He fought for his country and gave up his life for his family and friends and darling young wife.
What's a short 15-minute break?
Miss your era. I love this land, every woman, every man. Miss your era, workers' republic and everlasting peace. I am your son, beside the lagoon. With Tony Thomas, Russell McGann, United Irishmen, the river
the covers in England. Go back to Ireland. Workers and farmers, not only free but Gaelic, not just Gaelic but also free. Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man. Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace.
I am your son, beside the Clyde. Brother Walford came to the Gallagate and maintained their dignity. The river flows, forces of nature carry all in its path to the place it's meant to be. I'm Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man. I'm
Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace.
Mishara, Shinna mail na Kalyak bear. More Malor may the rug who Cullen Crow bear. More Manoir, McClan Fane, the ye all war here. Mishara, Ugini may na Kalyak bear.
Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man. Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace.
I am your daughter, beside Shannon, where Mary Perrose led the hills right merry, dance the river flows. Forces of nature carry all in its path to the place it's meant to be. Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man.
Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace.
I am your son, beside the Hudson. James Conley came to Albany, told the workers organize it from his grave. Evoked the spirit, told them old Mike Quill to burn the judge's robe. Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man.
Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace. I am your son, beside the Liffey. Here spread the proclamation, declared our sovereignty, the river flows. Forces of nature carry all in its path to the place it's meant to be. Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man. Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace. Mishara, I love this land, every woman, every man. Mishara, Workers' Republic and everlasting peace.
Oh, the empire is finished, no foreign lands to seize. So the greedy eye of England is turning towards the seas. 200 miles from Donegal, there's a place that's called Rockall, and the groping hands of Whitehall grabbing at its walls.
Oh, rock on, Rockall, you never fall. For Britain's greedy hands, or you meet the same resistance like you did in many lands. May the seagulls rise and plug your eyes, and the water crush your shell, and the natural gas will burn your ass and blow you all to hell.
This rock is part of Ireland, for it's written in folklore. Finn McCool took a sod of grass, he threw it to the fore. Then he tossed the pebble across the sea. Wherever did it fall, for the sod became the Isle of Man. The pebble's called Rockall.
Oh, rock on, Rockall, you never fall. For Britain's greedy hands, or you meet the same resistance like you did in many lands. May the seagulls rise and plug your eyes, and the water crush your shell, and the natural gas will burn your ass and blow you all to hell.
Oh, the seas will not be silent while Britannia grabs the waves. Remember that the Irish will no longer be your slaves. Remember that Britannia well. She rules the waves no more. Keep your hands off rock all. It's Irish to the core.
Oh, rock on, you never fall.
For Britain's greedy hands,
or you meet the same resistance like you did in many lands. May the seagulls rise above your eyes, and the water crush your shell, and the natural gas will burn your ass and blow you all to hell. Oh, rock on, you never fall. For Britain's greedy hands, or you meet the same resistance like you did in many lands. May the seagulls rise above your eyes, and the water crush your shell, and the natural gas will burn your ass, blow you all to hell.
Alright folks, this next song we're going to do is one off our latest album. We wrote it after taking a trip to Ireland a few years back. And we played some music and met some fine people. We were treated very, very well. This one's called Pubs, Pints, and Open Doors. What a whirlwind, a couple weeks was all I had. Traveled light to take it in as best I can. I walked the beaches in the north, I hiked the Moran and the moors, stood on hilltops and I sang like I never sang before. Here's the Mayo and its rocky shores. Here's the Galway, pubs and pints and open doors. Here's the Derry and the people's dream. Here's the Dublin as I watch the sun light up the Irish Sea. Up in Moncrana, I climbed the hills of Donegal. South to Westport, the music echoed all night long. The crack was grand in Castlebar, but Connemara stole my heart. I felt the hands of time on the cliffs of Mar. Here's the Mayo and its rocky shores. Here's the Galway, pubs and pints and open doors. Here's the Derry and the people's dream. Here's the Dublin as I watch the sun light up the Irish Sea. Though it's been some years since I walked upon your coast, know it truly, dear, I'm still haunted by your ghost. I miss you when I am away. Certain memories never fade, and until I return, I'll count down the days. Here's the Mayo and its rocky shores. Here's the Galway, pubs and pints and open doors. Here's the Derry and the people's dream. Here's the Dublin as I watch the sun light up the Irish Sea.
got to admit, I totally love that band, Shinrelaw. But, if I'm being honest with you, I've kind of gave them a wee bit of abuse on Facebook, for the simple reason is I've asked them to come on the show about 1,000 times and they won't do it. So do me a favour, go onto Facebook if you've got a Facebook account and just say to them, look, why are you not coming on? There's plenty of people in Scotland that are listening to yous and what have you, but they won't come on the show. So we've got about 19 minutes left of the show. Hope you've all enjoyed it. I've got to say, I'm just going to play a good few tunes to take us out in the last 15 minutes. And Simmy, fuck off. See, I need to put explicit now on the fucking show. This is the time of night when I get half pissed and I don't talk much. So there will probably be a wee part 2 where we'll give it loudy. But what can I say? Oh, right. What was I going to say? Thank Mick for coming on. Excellent interview, mate. Remember, you can get their CD on iTunes, or you can go on. They are playing in Scotland, in Malone's, in Hamilton, and in Coatbridge. So, hope you all enjoy it. I'll be going to see them in Hamilton anyway. Might even get the Parrot and Arthur to come along with us that afternoon as well, to go and see the guys. Got to please a few tunes to get us out in the last 18 minutes. Hope you enjoyed the show tonight. Ladies and gents, good night, God bless, take care. Hopefully I might see you in part 2, but if I do come on, I will be talking pish, because I've still got about 4 beers left, so happy days. Another wee request I've got to play, and I think this is an excellent version, so hope you enjoy it.
Come all you young rebels, and list while I sing. For the love of one's country is a terrible thing. It banishes fear with the speed of a flame, and makes us all part of the patriot game. My name is O'Hanlon, I've just turned 16. My home is in Monaghan, where I was weaned. I learned all my life injustice to blame, and so I am part of the patriot game. It's barely 2 years since I wandered away with a local battalion of the old IRA. They told me a hero I wanted to sing, to play a great part in the patriot game. Ever trod, whose life is less sacred than all the old frauds, whose boyhood's less loving, whose vision's less vain than the old men who paid for the patriot king. And now I am dying my body of wool. I think of the old men who bargained and sold. I'm sorry my rifle has not done the same to the rebels who sold out the patriot game.
Was on Good Friday morning, all in the month of May, a German ship was signalling beyond out in the bay. We've 20,000 rifles all ready for to land, but no answering signals did come from the lonely Bannostrand. No signal answers from the shore, Sir Roger sadly said. No comrades here to meet me, alas, they must be dead. But I must do my duty, and at once I mean to land. So in a small boat pulled ashore on the lonely Bannostrand. Now the RIC were hunting for Sir Roger high and low. They found him at McKenna's fort. Said they, you are our foe. Said he, I'm Roger Casement. I came to my native land. I mean to free my countrymen on the lonely Bannostrand. They took Sir Roger prisoner and sailed for London town. And in the Tower they laid him, a traitor to the crown. Said he, I am no traitor, but his trial he had to stand for bringing German rifles to the lonely Bannostrand. 'Twas in an English prison that...
Ladies and gents, once again, thanks very much for tuning in tonight. I'd like to thank Mick from Druids. Excellent interview. You can listen back anytime. I'll put up the post on Twitter. I'd like to thank Paddy Ryan for coming on. I'd like to thank the guys, Jed, Simmy and the Parrot for coming on. Again, great chat, guys. There will be a part 2, so happy days. Good night. God bless. If you can't, join us in part 2.
I saw which nearly broke my heart. A tramp lay dying in a park. I knelt beside him to hear him speak. The words he spoke, they were oh so weak. He told me a story of long since past, of his sailing ship with its long grey mast, of his captain's cap with its shining braid, and the wonderful voyages that he made. Silent Annie was his great ship's name. Like a token of love, he spoke her name. She sailed round the Horn, high more than once. She she could cut through the waves like a sharpened lance. Believe me, he said, his eyes filled with tears, like a drunk on a corner trying to remember his years. He reached out his hand, and I took it in mine. I believe you, I said, and he gave a sad smile. I remember the day when they towed her away, her sides to her sore from the sea's angered spray. They said she's unfit for the sail out once more, and they towed her more inward from her own sandy shore. And as they broke my silent Annie, I watched with a sigh. I remembered her beauty when I was a boy. She was my one love, my life's only dream, when we sailed out together as captain and queen. It started to drizzle, and I felt my hand tight, and he squeezed even harder as he ended the fight. And the crowd, they had gathered, and they watched with dismay as the Mamlus men came and they took him away. So I got to my feet and I walked through that park. The sun, it was gone, but it was not yet dark. My body was wet, my clothes were not many, but my mind was aroused by his ship, Silent Annie.
boyhood's fire was in my blood. I read of ancient freemen from Greece and Rome who bravely stood, 300 men and 3 men. And then I prayed I yet might see our fetters rent in twain, and Ireland long a province be, nation once again. From that time, through wildest woe, that hope has shone a far light, nor could love's brightest summer glow outshine that solemn starlight. It seemed to watch above my head in forum, field and fane. Its angel voice rang round my head, a nation once again. A nation once again. A nation once again. Ireland long a province be, a nation once again. It whispered too that freedom's ark and service high and holy would be profaned by feeling dark and passions vain and lowly. For freedom comes from God's right hand, needs a godly train, and righteous men must make our land a nation once again. So as I grew from boy to man, I bent me to that bidding, my spirit on each selfish plan and cruel passion ridding. For thus I hoped someday to aid. Oh, can such hope be vain, when my dear country shall be made nation once again? A nation once again. A nation once again. Ireland long a province be, a nation once again.